another aspect, which is subject verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay, the second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So what do we need to do here? Now when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add s. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example: plays, works, sings. Now in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the s at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the s at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add s. If it's plural verb, drop the s. So in case if your subject is singular, use s at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the s at the end of the verb. Okay, let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an s at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form. It just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin. No, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning. No, that's not the right form. We are going to begin. That is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet. We meet. We are going to meet. We are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen, 040-2354-0326, or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar, if you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright. So let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14. I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now, to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now, let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay. This is a preposition in terms of time. If I am using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay. I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years. Which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay. So question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical. Verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days. But we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now, or will it happen in the future? Okay, so keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer what is the correct answer for question number 1. Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense, so I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3, some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now, have you ever basically means it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now, doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now, this is in terms of an adjective. So all of the above are correct. So we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions and certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the communication skill aspect for ESC. So today I'm going to talk about the last 2 pillars, which is vocabulary and fluency. So what do we mean by vocabulary? So we all have challenges when it comes to using the right word. When we are speaking in English, like I said, we are thinking in a vernacular language, translating that to English directly, but sometimes we fail to understand what words to be used precisely to meet a particular context. Say for example, if I write a particular sentence, I'm going to demonstrate the issue that we face in terms of vocabulary. So there are 2 sentences I'm going to write. Just a moment. Okay. The medicine, let me add has here. The medicine has expired and hence it cannot be given to a patient, right? Now, the word that I'm going to talk about here is expired. We end up using this word in some other context as well. For example, if I say the college management has declared a holiday as a founding member has expired. Now, this is just an example. Now, in India, we use this word expired even when somebody passes away or somebody dies. So, ideally, what should be used here is has passed away. So, instead of using expired here, in this context, the word expired doesn't make sense because expired is used for medicines or anything that is perishable in nature. Okay. Now, if I have another word which is very, very frequently used, it is compulsory to fill the form for the registration, or say "75% attendance is compulsory to attend the exam. It is compulsory to fill the form for the registration." Now, what is happening here is I'm using the same word in both the sentences. I can have a few more examples. For example, it's a statement. Please wait, the doctor will compulsorily come by 5 p.m. So I'm using the same word in 3 different contexts. Now, as per the rule of vocabulary, I need to look at the context as well. So here, the correct word is mandatory. 75% attendance is mandatory to attend the exam. Please wait, the doctor will surely come by 5 p.m. Or let me try another sentence. I will definitely pay the loan. So here I'm using the word definitely. Okay. So I have compulsory, mandatory, surely, definitely. Instead of using these 3 words, we end up using the word compulsory again and again. So that's exactly what vocabulary is all about. A set of words within a language that are familiar to the person. The word bank, synonyms and antonyms that you are aware of. So the problems that we face is lack of word bank. For example, in this particular situation, I had 3 other words, but instead of using that, I keep on using the word compulsory. So that is because there is a lack of word bank, lack of synonyms or substitute words, not knowing what is the context I am using it for, lack of reading and writing practice, comprehension of common words. Now, this comprehension of common words is a very, very big factor why we lack vocabulary, why we do not understand what words to be used when we are speaking. we hear words but we do not understand the meaning of it, or we hear we see something but we don't know what is the word for it. Say for example, the word oracle, O-R-A-C-L-E. You ask anyone, what do you mean by oracle? They will say it's the name of a company. But it also has a meaning. Oracle means prediction, prophecy, the word from the sky, Akashvani that we say in our language. So that is oracle. The word like cognizant. Cognizant, again, you ask someone, what do you mean by cognizant? They will say it's a name of a IT company. But it also has a meaning. Cognizant means being aware of something, having the knowledge of something. So that is what the word cognizant means. So we hear a lot of words, but we don't understand the meaning, we don't understand the application of it, or we see things but we don't know what is the English term for it. So when you read a lot, when you write a lot, you will build on your skills, your competencies, or your ability to build on your vocabulary as well. So the best way to build vocabulary is to keep on practicing, keep on reading a lot. Please always refer to the dictionary, because the dictionary will also give you the meaning of the word in context of a sentence, and it also give you synonyms. Okay, so the tips to build vocabulary is to read regularly, to listen. When you listen to good speakers, that also helps. Make use of a dictionary or thesaurus. Thesaurus basically is a book that gives you the synonyms and antonyms as well. Substitute words and opposite words. Learn a word every day in order to understand what it means, that is comprehension, the context, in what context it can be used, and the usage, and get into the practice of writing. So let's quickly look at some examples to practice. Here we need to fill the blank with one of the word that is given in the option. Hardness is a dash of steel, a property, a substance, a material, a structure. So you need to look at the context of this sentence and pick the right option. Hardness is a property of steel means a nature of steel. So that's why A, property, is the correct answer. Now, property word is also used in terms of assets. I spent 50 lakhs to buy a property. So again, this is what vocabulary is all about, where you understand the context of the word. For example, if I am talking about a particular training program and I have designed certain content, so that's my intellectual property. Here again, it becomes like an asset. Foods such as, now I'm looking at number 2, foods such as bread and rice dash energy for the body. It controls energy for the body? No. Lose energy for the body? No. Prevent energy for the body? No. Provide. It provides energy for the body. Now the word provide here again can be used in a different context. Look at this example. I'm going to use the word provide as well as provided in two different possibilities or two different contexts. Please provide your contact details so that I can register you. Means please give me your contact details so that I can register you. Now, I can use the word provide or provided in another context. I can come for the meeting provided there is a formal invitation. Now here, the word provided means if there is a formal invitation. Number 3, the tissues, organs and systems of a body dash the living organism. Now a living organism has tissues, organs and systems. So system of a body of a living organism has tissues and organs. That is what it means. The tissues, organs and system of a body consist of a living organism. If you use the word consist of, that means every tissue has living organism in it, but that is not what it means. It means every living organism has tissues and organs in it. So the correct answer is A. So the tissues, organs and system of a body consist of the living organism, constitute living organism, contain living organism, include. So the tissues, organs and system of a body. B, option B. So I try to trick you there. Constitute a living organism means the tissues, organs and system of a body makes a living organism. It constitute living organism. Now the reason I did not use constitutes, I use constitute because we are also looking at subject verb agreement. My subject here is plural, which means I will drop the S at the end of this verb. Number 4, the door was so dash that the X-ray machine would not go through it. The door was so thin, so close, so minor, so narrow. Now what word can I use here? Thin, close, minor, narrow. I should use the word narrow because thin is not applicable. Narrow is in terms of width, right? So the door was so narrow that the X-ray machine would not go through it. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he dashed it carefully. He recognized it, he examined it, he saw it, he cited it. Now this is fairly easy, just think and answer. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he examined it carefully. So option B. The upper part of the leg is called jaw, scalp, thigh, ankle. Now jaw is not an answer because it's on the face, scalp is on the head, we are talking about the leg. So the upper part is ankle? No, ankle is the lower part. Upper part is the thigh. The upper part of the leg is called the thigh. Number 7. For good health, everyone needs dash exercise. Almost exercise, inadequate exercise, excessive exercise, sufficient exercise. For good health, everyone needs sufficient. Option D, sufficient exercise. In the alphabet, the letter B dash the letter A. Letter B follows letter A, ascends, precedes, comes. In the alphabet system, the letter B precedes letter A or follows. It should be follows because it's after. Precede means before, pre. So precedes is before, follows is after. Number 9, the river has been seriously contaminated. What you need to do here, you need to replace the underlined word with one of the options. The river has been seriously contaminated, dried up, diverted, polluted, obstructed. What do we mean by contamination? Contamination means pollution. So the river has been seriously contaminated. That means it's been polluted. Number 10, oil dash friction between moving parts so that they can move more easily. Oil dash friction between moving parts so they can move more easily. It permits friction, reduces friction, releases friction, and protects friction. What do you think is the correct answer here? The correct answer is it reduces friction. 10B. What do the experts forecast? What do we mean by forecast? To deny, to declare, to prefer, to predict. It's option D, predict. Forecasting means prediction. The markings on the thermometer make a scale, make extremes, a reading, a grid. So thermometer has markings, right? What do you do with it? You read. It makes a reading. So 12C. Some questions on synonyms and antonyms for you. Synonym of brief. Synonym means similar word. Synonym of brief. Limited, small, little, short. Now little and small is in terms of size. Here it's brief, that means option D is the answer. 13D, synonym of brief is short. Synonym of embezzle. Embezzle means to take money from something and put it somewhere else illegally. So option A is the correct answer. Synonym of embezzle is misappropriate. We keep reading, right? Misappropriation of fund, embezzlements of fund by politicians, by CEOs, CFOs. So embezzle means misappropriation or using the money illegally for some other purpose. Synonym of August. Now August is a month, but it also has a meaning. So synonym of August is common, ridiculous, dignified, petty. We use this sentence, right? You are invited for the August occasion of my birthday, wedding anniversary. So C is the correct answer. Synonym of August is dignified. Synonym of alert. Alert means being energetic, being observant, being intelligent, being watchful. Alert means being watchful. Observe means you are just observing but not taking any action. Watchful means you watch and then take an action. That's alert. Synonym of reckless. This is very easy. Reckless means rash, courageous, bold, daring. Rash driving, reckless driving. So A is the correct answer. Synonym of consequences. Consequences is something that always comes after the action. So that's results. Conclusion, application, difficulties are wrong. Synonym of consequences is results. Synonym of tolerant. Tolerant means like-minded, open-minded, closed-minded, arrogant. The correct answer here is open-minded. Tolerant means you accept anything which is other than what your belief system is. Synonym of abundant. Now I need to show you something. There is a word which is abundant, and there is a word which is abundant. Just a moment, I need to change the spelling, okay? Now, both have different meaning, but people use these two words interchangeably and they make a mistake. Abundant means excess. So synonym of abundant is ripe, cheap, plenty, absent. So C is the correct answer, plenty or excess. Okay? Abundant means to leave without providing any help. For example, I'm just going to give you examples here. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers. which means excess or more than what is required, plenty. Now abundant, let me give you example for that. So abundant means excess or plenty. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers. Abandoned means to leave without providing any help. The police team abandoned the people who were stuck in the floods. Okay. Now here you will see a sentence and you need to pick one word substitute. Okay. It will also help you understanding the meaning of the words. A person of good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power. You call that person an expert, intellectual, snob, literate. Now literate means somebody who can read and write. Snob means somebody who is arrogant. Expert means who's proficient in one or two specific areas. But here the question is, a person with good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power who can take the right decision. So the correct answer is B, intellectual. List of business or subjects to be considered at a meeting. So before a meeting we always list down what needs to be discussed. What do we call it? Schedule, timetable. Now schedule and timetable are pretty much the same. Plan, agenda. Now plan is much more broader aspect. Agenda is the correct answer. Agenda is basically the list of items that needs to be discussed. Leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. So you are in a building, suddenly there is an earthquake, what do? You evade, you evacuate, you avoid, you exterminate. So evacuate is the correct answer. Option B, leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. Magician, rogue, liar, imposter. The correct answer here is imposter. Imposter is a person who pretends to be somebody he is not. One who possesses many talents, somebody who is multi-talented. What do you call that person? Versatile, nubile, exceptional, gifted. You call that person versatile, who is good in more than one area. So A is the correct answer, 5A, versatile. 6. A person interested in collecting, studying and selling old things. Antiquarian, junk dealer, crank, archaeologist. Now archaeologist is a person who studies civilization by digging up, right? Monuments. So here we are talking about something which is collected and also sold and bought. So antiquarian, somebody who deals with antique stuff. Antiquarian is the correct answer. A drawing on transparent paper, a blueprint, red print, negative, transparency. Correct answer is blueprint. A small shop that sells fashionable clothes and cosmetics. A store, a stall, a boutique, a booth. Now stall and booth are temporary, but here it says a small shop, but it deals with only fashionable clothes and cosmetics. So it's called a boutique. C. An object which is used to calculate distance. Speedometer, barometer, odometer, thermometer. Now thermometer is used to measure temperature, right? Speedometer is to calculate speed. Barometer to calculate pressure. Odometer, now you have seen odometer on all the modern bikes, cars. There is a meter which you can keep changing. so which keeps changing. There is something which you can reset, that's called a trip meter, to measure the distance between for a specific trip. Odometer is the numbers which keeps scrolling, right? So that's odometer. A disease of mind causing an uncontrollable desire to steal. There are some people who have this problem. Even though they are rich, they keep stealing from stores and houses. That's called schizophrenia, claustrophobia, kleptomania, megalomania. Megalomania means somebody who thinks he is the greatest. Claustrophobia, who has the fear of being trapped in a small enclosure, small space. Schizophrenia means somebody who has split personality disorder. So correct answer is kleptomania. Now again, there are some more synonyms for you. Hesitated means stopped, paused, slowed, postponed. Now when you hesitate, you're doing something, you hesitate but you still do it, right? Hesitate means you pause for a while. So pause is the correct answer. Neutral. Neutral means unbiased, non-aligned, undecided, indifferent. The correct answer is A. Neutral means unbiased. Feeble. Feeble means weak, vain, arrogant, sick. Feeble means weak. Now, don't make a mistake between W-E-A-K and W-E-E-K. Both are pronounced the same way. A week is basically 7 days. W-E-A-K means something which is not strong. Okay, so feeble means weak. Restraint, hindrance, repression, obstacle, restriction. Please restrain the protesters from coming inside the meeting room. That means to restrict. 14D. Antonym. Antonym means opposite word. Toil. Toil means working hard, kind of a coil, being lazy, being unwell. Toil itself means working hard. That means the opposite is being lazy. C. Submissive. Aggressive, passive, assertive, obstructive. Submissive means somebody who accepts everything anybody else says. Aggressive means somebody who always opposes. So A is the correct answer. Opposite of submissive is aggressive. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word shallow. Here again we are looking at synonyms. Shallow means artificial, foolish, superficial. We usually say that, right? This person has a shallow personality. That means he is not showing what he is in real. So superficial is the correct answer. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word diversion or diversion. So diversion, distortion, deviation, obstruction or obstructive. Diversion means deviation. Now let's look at antonyms. Choose the word which best expresses, this is not looking opposite. Let's look at the opposite antonyms here. Choose a word which is exactly opposite of the word crowded. Deserted, empty, quiet. Now quiet, there are two ways to spell it. Quiet means little or some. Quiet means silence. Q-U-I-E-T is pronounced as quiet. Quiet means Q-U-I-T-E. So choose the word which exactly opposite of the word crowded means deserted. Deserted means there is nobody there. Now desert is different, deserted is different, alright. Choose the word which is exactly opposite of the word flimsy. Flimsy means something which is not meaningful. So meaningful is the right word here. Opposite of confess, deny, refuse, contest. Confession, what do we mean by confession? When we accept our mistake. So we deny, refuse. Refuse is different, deny is different, okay? So deny is the correct answer. So that's about the vocabulary aspect. Now as far as the fluency is concerned, it's basically ability to bring together the pronunciation, grammar and vocabulary, and speaking accurately and speaking well. The reason you lose confidence or lose the fluency, it's because you do not practice much. So when you're speaking to people around, speak as much as possible, read and write as much as possible. By the time you are in the final year, by the time you start going for interviews, you will be absolutely perfect with your ability to speak, ability to read and write. The best way to learn is to practice, to speak to people, to keep reading and writing every day. Try to hear something every day, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes on YouTube channel. Try to listen to different kind of speech, watch some interesting programs in English. If any word you come across which you do not know the meaning of, try looking it up in the dictionary and start using those words. That's the best way you can learn these words. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Feel free to post your comment on the comment section on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you with the answer. Have a great day. I'll see you again. Bye-bye.
A very good afternoon to all my beloved viewers. I am Dr. Usha, working as lecturer in English in Government Degree College, Puttur, Chittor district. Students, today I am going to teach you a lesson that is prescribed in your syllabus. Well, I am not going to teach you, I am not going to tell you the lesson which I am going to teach, but I am going to give you an activity through which you will be able to tell me what lesson I am going to teach. Here comes the activity. Now, I am going to give you an activity. What you have to do is match the following. Look at the chart. Towards your left, you have pictures, that is 6 pictures, and towards your right, you have 6 words. What you have to do is match these words towards your right, towards the pictures into your left. I am going to give you 2 minutes. Students, towards your left there are a lot of vehicles, towards your right these are the drivers who are going to drive those vehicles. I am going to give you 2 minutes. So, a loco-pilot is a person who operates the train for the entire journey, and a pilot is a person who operates or controls of an aircraft. A helmsman is a person who steers a boat, and a taxi driver is a person who drives a taxi. I think everybody knows a taxi driver. And a captain is a commander of the ship. He controls and directs the entire ship with his crew. And finally comes the word charioteer. A charioteer is a person who drives a chariot. So dear students, you would have now guessed what I am going to teach you. Yes, you are right. I am going to teach you the short story, The Beloved Charioteer, authored by Shashi Deshpande. So now I would like to say something about the author Shashi Deshpande. My slots are, I have divided the lesson into 3 slots. first I'm going to say something about the lesson and the author, and my second session goes on with developing vocabulary, and my third session starts with language activity. Now, I would like to say something about the author Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande is an award-winning Indian novelist. She was born in Dharwad, Karnataka. She has written children's books, novels, short stories, essays, and she has won many awards. I would like to mention a few. She has won Sahitya Academy Award and the fourth most civilian award, that is Padma Shri. This is what I want to say about the author. Now, coming to the story, there are three characters in the story. These are the main characters. Aji, the grandmother. Aji is a word from Canada, from Karnataka. Its meaning is grandmother. And then comes Aarti, her daughter, and finally Preeti, the granddaughter. Look at the pictures. She is Aji, this is Aarti, and this is Preeti. Now, I would like to tell you the story in brief. Aji was blessed with 2 sons and a daughter, but unfortunately she lost her husband, and she also lost her 2 sons who never grew up. Now she is left all alone with her only daughter, that is Aarti. Now, Aarti is married and she is pregnant by 7 months, and at this time, unfortunately, she loses her father. Her father dies of a massive heart attack. And when she is 7 months pregnant, she also loses her husband, Madhav. Later, Aarti gives birth to a little girl called Preeti. Now, at present, the 3 women, Aji, Aarti, and Preeti, are living in the same house. I would like to say something about Aji. Aji has sacrificed her entire life. During her early married life, she changed her daily routine and even her food habits for the sake of her husband. Whereas her husband treated her like an object to satisfy his sexual desires. She has changed herself completely to suit to the needs of her husband and his family. She loved 2 persons in her life, that is her father and her husband. Aarti's married life was full of love and understanding. She was very, very happy with her husband. Well, the 2 persons whom she cared and loved have died. She is now very sad, highly depressed in the house. She neither does domestic work nor looks after her family. She spends most of her time smoking. She doesn't talk to anyone, neither to her mother nor her daughter Preeti. She does not play with Preeti. She even scolds Preeti for no reason, whereas Aji takes complete care of Preeti. Preeti is well fed and well dressed by Aji. Now comes the last character of the story, Preeti. She is daughter of Aarti. She is the most energetic character in the short story. Her father had died. She lost her grandfather too, and her mother doesn't like her. She is completely a neglected child. Preeti's caretaker and her best friend in the house is her grandmother Aji and not her mother Aarti. Now comes the climax of the story. Soon Aji realizes that this situation should be changed for the sake of her daughter and granddaughter. She decides to counsel Aarti. Aji makes Aarti realize her responsibility. Now I would like you to tell the story in detail. So Aarti never communicates with her mother and she never takes care of her baby Preeti. So one day Aji decides to counsel her daughter Aarti. So Aarti always finds solace in her father's room. So always she sits in her father's room and she constantly keeps thinking of her father as well as her husband. And now one day Aji has decided to counsel her daughter. She wants to make her daughter realize her responsibilities. So suddenly she enters into the room where Aarti is sitting. So right now Aarti is sitting in her room. She is sitting on a chair and her legs are on the table, and on the table there is a photo frame of her father. She was smoking too. As Aji suddenly enters into the room, Aarti gets confused, and in a state of confusion she gets up just to see her mom suddenly entering her room, and by chance the photo frame of her father falls down on the ground and it breaks into pieces. And now Aarti tries to gather all those broken pieces into her hand, but Aji says, Aarti, please don't pick them up, let it go, just let it go. Like now she cups her hands together and says, look Aarti, this is my husband and this is me. We were living together very happily, but once he died, I just let him go. So also you to do the same thing, just let them go. But Aarti says, Mom, no, I can't let him go. I'm his daughter. Well, I'm your daughter too. But Aji says, you are nothing, you are just like the smoke, you are just like the ash that you are smoking. And even my married life was also like yours. Let me tell you how I suffered in my married life. Just Aarti, listen to me. When I was married, my husband, that is your father, treated me not like a woman and not like a human being with emotions and feelings, but he treated me like an object. He never liked women to be untidy. So I used to get up early in the morning, and before he got up, I used to dress up myself neatly and comb my hair neatly. Another thing which your dad doesn't like is he does not like even a single strand of hair falling on the ground. So I was always so scared to see a strand of hair. Of course, I used to comb my hair in the backyard. And the thing which he doesn't like is he doesn't like women crying. So the natural emotions which we have ability to express, I'm unable to do. So even when your two brothers died, I was not able to cry. I went into my room secretly and then I cried. So then Aarti says, Mom, I don't want to listen even a single negative point about my dad. Please, I don't want to listen. But Aji continues, see, you have to listen now. And during nights, I was so scared to cough because that might disturb my husband. And whenever I was thirsty, I was even unable to get up from the bed and have a glass of water. Again, I'm scared that would disturb your dad. And now she says, I have never won the love of my husband, neither have I won the love of you. You always liked your father, not me. But now in my life there is a ray of hope, and this is nothing but your daughter Preeti. She is my beloved charioteer. So after listening to this entire narrative said by her mother, Aarti, she looks at her mother because even Aji starts crying, and suddenly Aarti goes away from the room. She runs away from the room. And finally, Aji, she just collapses in the chair. When she is in this state, suddenly she hears a voice from outside. Grandma, I'm home. I'm back from school. Wow, this is her ray of hope. So now, students, can you tell me who is the beloved charioteer here? Is it Aji or Aarti or Preeti? So just now I said who is her beloved charioteer. Still, I am going to give you one more clue. Well, in the textbook it is clearly written that the driving force which Aji has in her life is none other than Preeti. So Preeti is the beloved charioteer here. This is the story in brief. I hope students you would have understand what I told you. And now this is a chart prepared by my second year students, and he is Mr. Chandu. So after having taught this lesson, I asked them to prepare a chart that tells you something about your problems in life. So this is a life skill which I am going to teach you. Just look at the chart, my dear students. Do you have a problem in your life? Look to your right side. If you don't have any problems, it is no. Then why do you worry? Now come to the left side of the chart. Do you have a problem? Yes. Is there anything you can do about it? If you can't do anything about it, then why do you worry? Yeah. Is there anything you can do about it? Yes. So when there are solutions to the problem, then why do you worry? So worrying won't stop the bad stuff from happening. It just stops you from enjoying the good. Now take the example of Aarti. Does she have a problem in her life? Yes, she has. What is her problem? She lost her loving husband and she lost her father. Can she do anything about it? Can she get them back again? No. Then why should she worry? But still, she is worrying. So, now take Aji. Aji has a problem? Yes. She lost her sons, she lost her husband, she lost her son-in-law, and now her daughter, she never communicates with her. But still, she has sought out some solutions for this problem. Yes, her solution is in the form of Preeti. Preeti is her beloved charioteer. So, students, when you face any problem in your life, if you can solve it, then don't worry. If you cannot solve it, also don't worry. Always lead your life with lot of positive attitude. Okay, now comes the second part of my lesson, developing vocabulary. How do you develop your vocabulary? The first thing, you develop your vocabulary by either learning antonyms, synonyms, prefixes, suffixes, idioms, phrasal verbs, homophones, homonyms, and so on and so forth. But this is a different type of developing vocabulary. So, now I am taking up the topic developing vocabulary. So, you can develop your vocabulary by using the intensity of words. Well, students, there are certain words in English, though they have almost similar meanings, they are used in different situations depending on the intensity of the word. Here comes the example. I have chosen all the words from your lesson. When you read the lesson carefully, you will find all these words. Now, I have taken the word happy. So, happy can be used in different situations depending on the intensity. The first lowest range of word for happy is pleased. Next, it is glad. Next, you are satisfied, cheerful, exuberant, elated. So, what I am trying to tell you is you can use the word happy depending on the intensity. Here comes the examples. He looked very pleased with himself. I am glad to hear the news. Some people are never satisfied in their life. How can she be so cheerful always? I saw a noisy group of exuberant youngsters in the stadium. I am elated to hear that you got your dream job. So, depending upon the intensity of the words, you can use in your own sentences. Now comes my next word, smile. This word is taken from the lesson from page number 61. If you go through the lesson, you will find the word. So, these are the different types of smile depending on the intensity. The lowest one is again grin, giggle, chuckle, smile, laugh, and chortle. Now, students, I am going to give you an activity. Look at the given words and put them in an order similar to the previous chart. Can I show the previous chart? Yes. Look at the words again. Grin, giggle, chuckle, smile, laugh, chortle. So depending on the intensity of the word, you have to arrange them. Now I am going to give you the meaning of the words. It is your duty to arrange them from lower to the higher intensity. Mumble is, that is, you speak in a very, very low and indistinct manner that others cannot hear. You just make only sounds, some unpleasant sounds. Next, the word whisper, that is, you speak very softly, especially to tell a secret to your friends. Talk, you speak in order to give information or some ideas. Shout, you utter a loud cry that everybody can listen. Scream, to utter a long loud cry to express your extreme emotion. Yell, it's a long sharp cry of pain or when you're surprised or excited. So students, I'm going to give you 2 minutes time. Your duty is arrange all these words depending on their intensity. Either you arrange them in an ascending order or you can arrange them in a descending order. Yes, did you do the activity, students? Just check whether you have arranged it in this order. Here comes the answers. Yell, shout, speak, talk, whisper, mumble. Did you do it correctly? I hope you would have done so. Can we move on to the next activity? Yes. Here is the activity. Look at the given set of words and arrange them in the decreasing order of intensity. Students, watch carefully. I have asked you to arrange the words in decreasing order of intensity. Run, walk, crawl, sprint, jog, creep. So I have selected this type of words. I have chosen one word from the textbook. So one of these words is in the textbook. It is so I have chosen all these words. Take your own time. I am going to give it 2 minutes time. Look at the words again. I hope you understand, students. Previously I have given you choice to arrange them either in an ascending order or then descending order depending upon the intensity. Now I am asking you to arrange the words in decreasing order of intensity. Yes. Here comes the answers to the activity 2. Check out your answers. So, you can either go from low to medium and high, creep, crawl, jog, walk, run, sprint. I hope you would have answered them correctly. Yes. Now comes my second language activity, that is narrative writing. So this story is told in first person by Aji. She was narrating the entire story in her first person narrative. So now I would like to say something about narrative writing. Narrative writing is a type of writing that provides an account of connected incidents or events. The main purpose of any narrative writing is to entertain and engage readers through storytelling. Well, the major elements of narrative are Welcome back. This is my third slot. Now I am going to teach you something about the story writing. So that too narrative writing. So I repeat again, the narrative writing is a type of writing that provides an account of connected incidents or events. The main purpose of any narrative writing is to entertain and engage readers through storytelling. Well, this story is also said from Aji's point of view, that too it is said in first person narrative. So this entire story is narrated by Aji. Now I would like to explain the elements in a narrative stories. There are 4 major elements that are important in constructing a narrative. They are characters, setting, plot and point of view. First, let me take characters. For example, each story often has main characters and other characters. In this present story, the main characters are Aji, Aarti and Preeti. The other characters are Aji's husband, her 2 sons and Aarti's husband Madhav. The setting, of course, all stories have a setting. A setting is an environment in which the story takes place. Setting includes the information about the time, the place and the social conditions. In this story, the place is Aji's house, where all the 3 women are living together. But Aji takes care of the entire house, whereas Aarti is always in her dad's room. It is Preeti who moves from school to home. Then comes the other important part of the short story, that is the plot. Every story has a plot. The plot is nothing but the series of incidents that take place in a story. So in this story also a series of incidents took place. Usually the stories are told in a chronological order, but there are some stories where the story starts off in the middle, later they go back to the past and then they go into the future. So this story is also started from the middle, but later Aji started narrating her past and then we come to the present, right? So the plot is a series of incidents occurring in the story in a particular manner. This is about the plot. Students, now again I am going to give you an activity. What you have to do is, this is a jumbled up story, arrange them in an order. So in order to write a story, especially a narrative story, these are the techniques you have to use. First of all, let me start off with jumbled up sentences. Here is a well known story, you all know it very well. Just arrange them in a order. I already told you the stories have a plot and the series of incidents occur in the story in a particular manner. So now students, you have to concentrate on the series of sentences you are going to see. Look at the series of incidents occurring in the story, like you have to go on in a logical order. Now here comes the activity. So I am going to read out the story which are jumbled up. Once a boy was eating a bun on the roof. As soon as he opened his mouth, the bun got down. That is, the bun got down. A fox saw the bun in the beak of the crow. The crow went away and sat on the branch of a tree. Suddenly, a crow came and snatched the bun from his hand. He flattered the crow by saying that his voice was wonderful and requested the crow to sing. Immediately, the fox picked the bun and disappeared. So, the sentences are not in a particular order. It is your duty to just order them up so that you will get a very beautiful, interesting story. Have you done, students? One more minute. Now I have arranged them for you. Did you get the same order? Just check it up. Yes. I am going to read the story now, which is arranged in a sequence manner. Once a boy was eating a bun on the roof. As soon as he opened his mouth, the bun got down. A fox saw the bun in the beak of the crow. The crow went away and sat on the branch of a tree. I am sorry, this is not arranged in an order. Here comes the next slide. Here the sentences are arranged in a order. Once a boy was eating a bun on the roof. Suddenly a crow came and snatched the bun from his hand. The crow went away and sat on the branch of a tree. A fox saw the bun in the beak of the crow. He flattered the crow by saying that his voice was wonderful and requested the crow to sing. As soon as he opened his mouth to sing, the bun got down. That is, the bun fell down. Immediately the fox picked the bun and disappeared. So, this is the activity. So, now look at the pictures on your screen. This is also the story of a crow. Okay, this is said in first person. The story is said in first person, as how Aji has narrated the entire story in first person. Okay, now look at this is already arranged in an order. So you can just imagine that you are the crow and you can say, I am thirsty. I searched for water. I found a pot, but the water level is low. Then I got an idea. I picked up the stones. I dropped the stones into the pot. Later, the water level raised. I drank the water and I flew away happily. Right? Now, the same story can be said from third person point of view. Same story can be again repeated in the third person point of view. I repeat it. There was a crow. It was thirsty. Now I took the third person. It was thirsty. It searched for water. It found a pot. The water level was low. Then it got an idea. It picked up the stones, dropped the stones into the pot. The water level raised and it drank the water and it flew away. So the same story we said in past tense using third person narrative. And now my third part is, since Aarti is completely depressed, her mother wanted to get her daughter out of that depression. So it is her responsibility to get her daughter out of her depression. So Aji has suffered a lot in her life. Though she has suffered a lot in her life, she has not forgotten to discharge her duties. She has taken the responsibility of a wife. She has taken the responsibility of a mother. She has taken the responsibility of a grandmother. So now she is trying to remind her daughter Aarti her responsibilities. So this is a story of a woman who behaved in a lot of responsible way, and she is trying to show a right path to her daughter Aarti, and she is trying to remind her the responsibilities too. So this story shows the relationship between a mother and a daughter. So always mother cares her children, protects her children, safeguards her children, mentors her children, especially in times of difficulty. So in order to get the people who are under depression, to get them out, you can use the idioms or the phrasal verbs which has lot of positive thinking. Students, you can take up all the idioms and phrases that gives you something about the positive thinking. So people who are under depression, they are not satisfied when you give them some materials or anything, but just 2 words of encouragement and motivation surely gets them out of their depression. So here are the list of some phrases and inspirational idioms that will help the students or the people who are under the depression. So life is not bed of roses. It is always ups and downs. There are some times that you lose anything, but it's time like these that even a kind word of encouragement is the best to remember the famous English idioms like every dark cloud has a silver lining. So you can collect many more such idioms. So think positive and positive things will happen. Very often a change of self is needed more than a change of scene. Yeah, you find something positive in every solution. The positive thinker sees the invisible, feels the intangible and achieves the impossible. So if you tell them all the positive thinking and positive idioms and phrasal verbs, maybe the people can come out of their depression. Students, have you ever met people who are completely depressed? Have you given them some encouraging idioms or some encouraging words? Yes, I hope so. My next topic is question tags. So question tags are the small sentences that often come at the end of the sentences. You already have the question tags in your first year. So I am not going to explain them in detail, just the grammar points that are necessary, just it's a brush up of the question tags. Question tags are used to check information, ask for agreement, and the first and the foremost rule is negative tags are used after affirmative sentences. An example is, it is hot, isn't it? And non-negative tags are used after negative sentences. It is not cold, is it? So these are the sentences I have taken from the textbook. You should not bang doors that way, should you? You will do no such thing, will you? I cannot fool her, can I? She is sleeping, isn't she? I was alone, wasn't it? Wasn't I? So now try to frame question tags to the following sentences. All these sentences are also taken from the lesson. Take your time and try to add question tags for these sentences. I think the sentences are very much visible on the screen, but still I would like to read them out for you. It is late when she wakes. She never saw her grandfather. Children are more sensitive than we think. Mommy is with you. I was very different from you. I will try to talk to her. My mommy was so pretty. I stared down at the photograph. I do not want it. I'm all right. I do not want to hear. Continue.
Today I want to explain boilers, hardness of water, various treatments of water in industrial chemistry, and which was introduced in Dr. V.S. Krishna Government PG Autonomous College. Now I am dealing the first topic, boilers. In this boilers I want to discuss about the definition of a boiler, principle and uses of boilers and classification of boilers and working of some boilers I want to explain. Now see the definition of the boiler. Boiler is nothing but a steam generator. In a closed vessel in which water is there, that water is converted into steam by applying the heating, by giving the heat, and it is an example of heat exchanger. Heat exchanger means the steam produced here. How the steam is produced is that when you apply the heat to the water converted into steam after its boiling point. Water takes energy from the heating by fuels and it gets energized, and its kinetic energy also increases. Here the boilers is used in the industries. The industries, large type of boilers are there. In houses also we are using the boilers, but it is a small purposes like household purposes like milk boilers or pressure cooker like that. But in industries, large type of boilers are used to produce more steam. And now see the principle of a boiler. Boiler is a cylindrical vessel in which water is present, and above that water steam should be produced, so that there should be a space for the steam in that vessel. And mostly water is used in the boiler, or alternative fluids are also used, but here alternative fuel is not used that much. Water is heated by giving a heat and it produces steam, and that steam is passed through the different pipes, various pipes, for generation of the power or other. It means to convert the steam energy into mechanical energy. Next, see what are the basic parts of the boiler. Basic parts of the boilers. The boiler have cylindrical shell, furnace, feed water, that is a water inlet, feed water in the sense water inlet, steam outlet and steam space and heating surface, and some accessories are there. Accessories like water level indicator, pressure gauge, like that. If you see the figure, you can understand. Here the horizontal axis, it is a cylindrical shell in that water is feeded, and water is feeded with the inlet pipe, and that water is passed to the different pipes of smaller pipes, and some it requires different pipes and sometimes it not requires the different pipes. Under that flame is there, and flame takes the that flame energy taken by the water and it converted into steam after its boiling point. The produced steam is come out and it is on the water. Next, see the uses of boilers. boilers are used in various industries such as power generation, textile industries, hospitals, food industries, pharmaceutical industries and chemical industries, and boilers are used. Not only this, long travelling ships. In long travelling ships, high density fuels are used as a how we are using the diesel or petrol in vehicles. In that ships, they are using the high density fuels. The high density fuels are very thicker. The thicker cannot be useful for the machinery purposes. That is for converting to the mechanical energy, it is not useful. So that should make it into a less thicker. For that they are using the steam. That steam pipes are passed through that fuel. It means the steam is passed around that fuel is there, that takes the energy from the steam and it becomes less thicker. Then only it is useful for the ships. So in this way, long travelling ships are used the boilers. Not only that, power generation, for power generation and heating purpose are also used boilers. And see the basic parts of a classification. Classification of a boilers. In this classification depends on the design, depends on the specifications. Boilers have many types. Those are location of a boiler shell axis, flow medium inside the tubes, and boiler pressure. Depends on the methods of water circulation, depends on the types of fuels used, and depends on the number of tubes. And in this way the boilers are classified. Again, these are classified into many ways, and see one by one. First one is the location of a boiler shell axis. The boilers may be different types. Horizontal boilers are there and vertical boilers are there. Sometimes inclined boilers are also used. Horizontal boilers, like example Babcock and Wilcox, and Babcock and Wilcox boilers are used in the ships. And vertical boilers are example for the Cochrane boiler, locomotive boilers, like that. And next classification, if you see the flow medium inside the tube. For this examples, Cochrane and locomotive boilers is for fire tube, and Babcock and Wilcox boiler is for the water tube. Here the fire is passed through the pipes, or fire or hot gases are passed through the pipes. Around that water is present. For that the examples are Cochrane boiler and locomotive boiler. And next, if you see the water tube boiler, water is in the tube and above that or below that flames are there. So for this the example is Babcock and Wilcox boilers. Next, depends on the pressure also, the boilers are explained in different way. Some produces low pressure boilers, some produces a high pressure, and low pressure boilers is less than 80 bar. For that the examples are Cochrane and locomotive boilers, which produces a very low pressure, whereas high pressure producing boilers are Babcock and Wilcox and Benson boilers. And next, methods of water circulation. Depends on the method of water circulation. These are classified into two ways. One is natural circulation and another one is forced circulation. And natural circulation, it produces a less pressurized steam in boilers, whereas in forced circulations it produces high pressure boilers, high pressure steam in the boilers. For that the example is Benson boiler. And another classification is types of fuels used. Here the fuels may be the solid fuels or liquid fuels, gaseous fuels. Gaseous fuels like industries producing waste gases that have very hot, the gases coming from the industries are very hot. That gases are also used for the boilers for producing steam. And electrical energy is also used for boilers, and nuclear fuels are also used. And another classification is based on the number of tubes. Sometimes we are using the single tube, sometimes what multi-tube boilers are used, multi-tubes are used. And another one, boilers mobility. Boilers mobility, if you see the boilers mobility, some are stationary, some are mobile. Stationary boilers is used in the power plants, and mobile boilers is used in the marine boilers. Babcock and Wilcox boiler, that one is used in the long travelling ships. And see some working of water tube boilers. Here water tube boilers is that it consists mainly two drums. One is upper drum and another one is lower drum, as shown in the figure. And lower drum, it is almost all one drum, but downward water is present, above that steam is present. So that one, the steam present in the above one is called the upper drum, and below that water is present, the water we are calling as mud drum. And here with the flame we are heating the water. Here this is the inlet. One side is the inlet, water is passed, and here the water is passed through the various multiple tubes. Here this one is a multi-tube one, and whenever we are heating with the flame, that water gets energized and it converted into steam after its boiling point, and steam has less weight, so that it will come out from the water and it reaches at the top of the water level, and more steam is generated. That steam, as when pressure is more, that should be taken to outlet, that should be removed from that space, removed from that area, so that steam outlet is there. Next, another one, 5-tube boiler. Here the red one as in the figure, here the fire is passed, so our hot gases are passed through the pipes, around that water is present. So whenever the water is there, the water takes the energy from the fire, and then that water converts into steam after its boiling point, like that, and flue gases will come out, and another design is there at the end of the flue, and at the end of the gases, at the end of the hot gases. So this is the 5-tube boiler. And next, if you see the comparison between the water tube and water tube and 5-tube boiler. See here, in 5-tube boiler only hot flue gases pass through the tubes and water surrounds them, whereas in water tube boiler water passes through the tubes and hot flue gases surrounds them. And if you see the working pressure of the 5-tube boiler, the working pressure of the 5-tube boiler is very low, that is 20 bar only, whereas working pressure is high in water tube boiler. And here the rate of steam generation and the quality of the steam is very low in case of a 5-tube boiler, whereas in water tube boiler the rate of steam generation and quality of a steam is more in case of water tube boiler. And here the load fluctuations can be handled in the 5-tube boiler, whereas load fluctuation cannot be handled in 5-tube boiler. What in water tube boiler, load fluctuations can be easily handled. And here for 5-tube boilers it requires more floor area, whereas for water tube boilers it requires less floor area. And if you see some more differences, and 5-tube boiler is difficult to transport, whereas water tube boiler it is very lightweight and transportation is very easy. And here in 5-tube boiler only 75% up to 75% efficiency is there, but in case of a water tube boiler it have more efficiency, that is 90% efficiency is there. And water here in 5-tube boiler water does not circulate in a definite directions, whereas in water tube boiler water circulate in definite directions, and the drum size is used in the 5 tube boiler is large and damages may be occur, and whereas if any damages occur in the water tube boilers, that can be regretted, that can be easily replaced and easily repaired. So these are the differences between the 5 tube and water tube boilers. And here some more boilers are there: locomotive boilers, Benson boilers, and Wilcox and Babcock boilers. And like that, so many of boilers are there. If you see the locomotive boilers, that locomotive boilers is used in, it is a vertical boiler or a Cochrane boiler, which is used in railway engines, but now it is not used. Previously it is used. Why? Because it is having more manpower. And why it is not used now? Because it is having more manpower in those days, and not only that, it is difficult to carry those boilers, and the smoke produced in that boilers is more. Because of that, locomotive engines, locomotive boilers are nowadays it is not available, and it is not used in railways. And some more, if you see the boilers, Cochrane boiler, this is the figure of the Cochrane boiler, and Cochrane boiler, in that steam is produced from the top, and here water is there. If hot gases are passes through the tubes, around that water is there. That water produces steam, and above that the steam will produce. Here so many of accessories are used: water level indicator, and how much of water is required. If more water is fed, there is no space for the steam. So water level indicator is also required, and if water is converted, all the water is converted into the steam, then there is no water, then also it's difficult to produce a steam. So water level indicator should be there, and some pressure gauge is also required. Pressure gauge to how much of a pressure is there, from that steam is more. If steam is more, pressure is more. So to release that pressure, so pressure gas is required. Like that, some accessories are also used in these boilers. Next, if you see another one is a Babcock and Wilcox boiler. This is a multi-tube boiler. Already we have seen in the water tube boilers. This is a water tube boiler. Water is passed through the multi-tubes. Here the 4 tubes are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tubes are there. Through that water is passed. The near to the water, flame is there. That flame taken by the water, and it converts into steam. And it is a horizontal one, horizontal boiler. This is a horizontal boiler and multi-tube boiler. So like this we can use boilers. Boilers have many uses in power plants and in drug industries, and boilers, especially boiler water, it should be soft water. next topic is hardness of water. In this hardness of water, definition and types of hardness and units and determination of hardness and levels of hardness we will discuss. Now see the hardness of water. So water, without water we cannot live. Water has many uses, and in living, for living beings, for industrial purpose and textile, and so many uses are there. And if you see the hard water, it contains chloride, carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfates of calcium, magnesium and heavy ions. Hardness of water is a property of water, and it does not produce lather with soap. And soft water, and now see soft water, it is free from chloride, carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfates of calcium and magnesium and heavy ions. So now you learn that what is the hard water, what is hardness water, you learn. And here the hardness water again divided into two types. One is the temporary hardness and another one permanent hardness. These two are based on the anion present in that. Anions like carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfate, chloride. Based on these ions, these are classified into two ways. One is temporary and second one is the permanent. Now see the temporary hardness. Temporary hardness, it is a type of hard water, and it contains carbonate, bicarbonate of ions, carbonate and bicarbonate ions of calcium, magnesium, and heavy ions are also there. And these can be removed by easily just by heating, or with the addition of the lime also we can remove this hardness. And if you see the permanent hardness, and this cannot be removed easily, and this is due to the presence of sulfates, chloride of calcium, magnesium and heavy ions in the water. And these are not precipitated when we supply the heat or a temperature. So these can be removed by using a water softening methods. So water softening methods like ion exchange method, reverse osmosis method. So from that only we can remove the permanent hardness. We cannot remove permanent hardness by simple heating. Next, see the units of hardness. So hardness give so many of units, but mostly used units are ppm, milligram per liter. ppm is parts per million. Parts per million is that it is 10 power 6 parts of a water contains how many of calcium carbonate equivalents are present. Suppose one part is present, then it is called 1 ppm. If two parts are there in the 10 power 6 parts of a water, it is called 2 ppm. So 1 ppm equal to 1 part of calcium carbonate equivalents for hardness in 10 power 6 parts of water. And the same way the other unit mostly used one is milligrams per liter. Milligrams of calcium carbonate equivalents present in 1 liter of water. So 1 milligram per liter is equal to the 1 milligram of a calcium carbonate equivalent hardness of 1 liter of water. So these two units are equal. We can use the ppm or milligram per liter. So milligram per liter equal to 1 ppm. And now see the determination of hardness. In this determination of hardness, we have three parts, and another one, this can be determined by using titration method. The titration methods we have so many, like acid-base titrations, redox titrations, complexometric titrations, precipitation titrations. But here we are using complexometric titration for the determination of hardness. For determination of hardness, we have three parts. First one is the preparation of a standard solution. The standard solutions may be zinc sulfate or any other or any other like calcium salts or magnesium salts we can use. And second part is the standardization of EDTA, and the third part is determination of total hardness by given sample. Given sample is from the house or outside the areas. We can take the water from that, in that how much of hardness is present we can determine. So in this we are using some solutions, and here zinc sulphate solution we are using, EDTA solutions we are using, and another one indicator is required for color change, for reaction completion. We have to know the reaction completion. For that we are using indicator. The indicator is here EBT. EBT is called areochromoblack. The structure of that one is here on the slide, and here it is a solid one. That solid one we can make it into a solution, and that solution, looking that it is a very thick blue. An indicator is used for the color change, and another one buffer solution. Buffer solution is here we are using basic buffer. The basic buffer prepared from ammonium chloride and concentrated ammonia. And next, see the preparation of a first part of this one of the determination is preparation of standard zinc sulphate solution. Just we are weighing the amount of zinc sulphate solution, zinc sulphate substance. Suppose 0.01 molar, 0.01 molar. If you want to prepare the weight of a zinc sulphate, we know that 287. From the 2.87 grams of zinc sulphate is weighed and transferred through the funnel into the volumetric flask. That volumetric flask. Here we are taking the 1 liter volumetric flask. Whenever we are transferred, and after that we are pouring the water, and up to the mark we are make it into solution, and then we are getting the zinc sulphate solution. So we have prepared the standard zinc sulphate solution. That standard zinc sulphate solution of known molarity. That molarity of a zinc sulphate solution is 0.01 molar. Next part, this is the first part, and the next part is the standardization of EDTA. So EDTA we have to standardize. Why? Because we don't know the concentration of the EDTA. For that we are using the zinc sulphate solution. Using the zinc sulphate solution, for the zinc sulphate solution concentration is known, and using the zinc sulphate solution we are finding the EDTA molarity. So for this, in burette we are taking the EDTA solution. In pipette, standard zinc sulphate solution is we are taking, and that zinc sulphate solution is transferred into the conical flask, and that conical flask we are adding the buffer 10 ml, and EBT 1 or 2 drops of EBT is added. EBT or areochromoblack or a dye, sometimes we are calling as a dye. That dye is here EBT, and here the buffer we are added here is because of to maintain pH. Because to maintain the pH, here the pH is 829, so in that only the reaction is stable. Here the indicator we are using, indicator is here EBT, and buffer solution is ammonium chloride, ammonia. And while doing the titration, just then what we have to do, in burette we are taking EDTA, and in conical flask we are taking some solutions. Those are zinc sulphate, buffer, indicator. So whenever we are adding the indicator to the zinc sulphate solution, we will get the wine red color. So the final reading, if the reaction is completed while we titrating with the EDTA, the reaction is completed if it changes from wine red to blue. Blue is like a indicator color. So from that we can calculate the molarity of EDTA. So EDTA molarity we are calculated. After this, using the EDTA molarity, we can calculate the hardness of water. So here the color changes, you can observe wine red to blue. So that one is the metal EDTA complex. Actually the metal EDTA complex does not give any color. Because of indicator only we are getting the colors. So this is the principle involved in that. Zinc dye is EBT. Zinc EBT color is wine red color. Whenever we are titrating EDTA, only parts of the EBT is reacted with the zinc. The remaining parts are zinc is in the solution only. That zinc is reacted with the EDTA. At last, whenever the zinc ions are completed in the conical class, at last the Zn2 plus complex is dissociates. The dye color will come out. The dye color is a blue color. This is the principle involved in the hardness of principle involved in the titration. Next, see the third part, determination of a total hardness of a given sample. In the same way, how we are doing the EDTA titration, in the same EDTA with the zinc sulfate, in the same way here we are doing, but instead of a zinc sulfate solution, here we are taking the sample of water. Sample of water, we are collecting the samples of water from various regions that contains ions like calcium, magnesium and heavy ions. So in terms of a calcium carbonate, we are finding the hardness. So same way in burette EDTA we are taking in conical flask 100 ml of sample solution, sample for water is taken, and to that buffer solution is added, EBT indicator is added. So here the same principle, only the part of the ions are complexed with the EBT, the remaining parts are in the solution, the remaining only part of the calcium magnesium ions are complexed with the EBT, the remaining are in the solution only. So whenever the titration is completed, all the calcium and magnesium ions are complexed with the EDTA, then at last there is a release of EDTA, the release of EBT indicator. That EBT indicator color is blue color. So you can observe that the color changes from wine red to blue, and like this we can calculate the molarity of water in terms of calcium carbonate. In terms of a calcium carbonate, for 100 ml we will get the 0.022 grams, and then if we convert these grams into ppm we will get a 220 ppm. Next, if you see the units, ppm is used and another one milligrams per liter. And one more thing we have to know, that levels of hardness. Here the 220 came in the experiment. Which water is useful in the industries and which water is useful for the drinking purpose, then that can be detected by using this method. So here the levels of water, if you see the levels of water here below 60 milligrams per liter or 60 ppm is considered as soft water, that is good for drinking, and industrial purpose also it is good. And in boilers soft water is used, otherwise the scales will form. To remove the scales is difficult. Not only that, production of a steam will be less, so that soft water is used in the boilers. So, and if it is in between the 60 to 120 milligrams, it is moderately hot, and if it is at 120 to 180 milligrams, it is a hard water. If more than 180 milligrams per liter is there, it is too hard, it very hard. It is not useful for the boilers or not useful for the drinking purpose. So depends on this. I can conclude this. Soft water or hard water we can find by using the determination of hard water. So that water is useful for boilers or drug industries. In many of the drug industries or medicinal purposes, we are using the soft water only. next topic is various treatments of water. In various treatments of water, we have so many of water treatments are there. Those are primary water treatments, secondary water treatments, tertiary water treatments, but most effectively we can remove the hardness by using a water softening methods is a tertiary water treatment methods. Tertiary water treatment methods are distillation method, evaporation method, oxidation method, ion exchange method, reverse osmosis method, crystallization method, solvent extraction method, precipitation method, micro and ultrafiltration method, adsorption and electrodialysis. Like that we have many of tertiary water treatments, and in that I want to explain only two processes. Those are ion exchange method and reverse osmosis method. So first see the ion exchange method, after that we will see reverse osmosis method. In ion exchange method, here the resins are used. Resins are two types of resins are there. Those are cation exchange resins, anion exchange resins. And how the water, pure water is produced, just removing the anions and cations, how the process is, and we will explain next. And next, degeneration of the resins. If resin is completely exhausted, and how we have to regenerate the resin. All this will explained in the ion exchange resin. First see what is a resin. A resin is looking like a small granules, like if you observe that it is like a mustard seeds, like a small round mustard seeds, like that it is looking. See the figure is also there in the slide. It is which is insoluble in water, and it have cross-linked long chain organic polymers, and they have small pores in that, pores in structure, and in that pores the cations or anions will exchange, and they have different functional groups attached to that. But the different functional groups, in the sense, if it is a cation exchange resin, one type of a functional groups are attached, and if it is an anion exchange resin, another type of groups are present. So depends on the anion exchanging properties and cation exchanging properties, the functional groups are replaced. Functional groups replaced and the function groups are changed. Then the resins are also differed. See the first one, cation exchange resin. What is a cation exchange resin? Both we are using, cation exchange resin we are using in this water treatment, anion exchange resin is we are using in this. So now see what is a cation exchange resin. Cation exchange resin, it contains acidic functional groups. It means H plus ions. In water, H plus and OH minus is there. Or here the H plus ion should be removed from that from the resin. So cation should contain the H plus ion. So that type of groups should be present in the cation exchange resin. The cation exchange resin containing COOH groups, SO3H groups, like that. You see the cation exchange resins examples. Here the SO3H group is there in that figure. H plus is removed, and calcium and magnesium ions are exchanged with that H plus ions. It means in that pores H plus ions is exchanged with the calcium and magnesium ions of the hard water. And this is a cation exchange resin. And next we will see the anion exchange resin. Anion exchange resin consists of a basic functional groups like quaternary ammonium groups, and these are these exchanges here. Suppose OH minus is ion is present in that OH minus ion will exchanges the chloride, sulfate, carbonate, bicarbonate ions. So from that we will get the OH minus outside, and these groups in the sense hardness causing anions like chloride, sulfate, that groups are going to the porous structure of resin. This is the example of anion exchange resin. Now see the process of how to remove the calcium, magnesium ions and chloride, sulfate ions. That is hardness causing ions. How we have to remove, we will see in the figure. Here 2 drums are there. So 2 drums. In the first drum, that is in first step, in first step hard water is passed to that drum that contains a cation exchange resin. That cation exchange resin is a bed. Whenever the hard water is passed through the cation exchange resin, the cation having here the H plus ion replaced, and the hard water containing calcium, magnesium is sit in that cationic bed. So H plus ion, more H plus ions will come out from that drum. That means it is having more acidic character. That water is passed through the anion exchange resin. That anion exchange resin, some more ions in the hard water like chloride, sulfate, that ions are exchanged with the OH minus of the anion exchange resin. That OH minus is come out and H plus ions are already come out from the cation exchange resin. These two are combined and give water. That is soft water is coming from that. So this is the process of ion exchange reaction, and in this we are getting the soft water. And see here it is in the industry. We went to the IDPL industry. In that ion exchange reaction, the 2 resins are there. One is a cation exchange reaction, another one is anion exchange reaction, and this is used in the drug industry, preparation of the drugs. See here H plus and OH minus of the anion and cationic bed is removed. Then all the cations of calcium, magnesium and anions like chloride and bromide, chloride, sulfate ions are on the bed, on the cation and anion beds. Then there is no more removal of H plus and OH minus ions. Then that type of resin we are called as exhausted resin. That exhausted resin is again we can regenerate. How we have to regenerate the exhausted resin? Just simply by pouring that resins in the concentrated HCl, cation resin will exchanges the cations. Just we are pouring the cation bed in the concentrated HCl, then H plus ions will taken by the resin and all the ions, hardness causing ions will come out. In that way we can regenerate the cation exchange resin, and similar way cation exchange resin also we can degenerate it by using a sodium hydroxide, concentrated sodium hydroxide. By using that, depending on the 3 properties, these ions will exchange. The 3 properties are, one is a concentration and another one is a size of the cation or size of the anion and sizes, and the one is the concentration and size of the ion and the pore size. And next see the topic of reverse osmosis. This reverse osmosis also for removal of hard water, hardness causing ions, removal of hardness causing ions. In this we can use a semi-permeable membrane. And what is, before going to that reverse osmosis, you have to know what is osmosis. After that we will learn the reverse osmosis. Now see the semi-permeable membrane. In reverse osmosis we use the semi-permeable membrane. What is a semi-permeable membrane is that it is a biological or a synthetic polymeric membranes, and synthetic membranes like polymeric membranes, and these membranes allows only one type of molecules. Suppose for example, biological semi-permeable example as lipid layers or cell structures. Cell also have the semi-permeable membranes, and best example is a eggshell containing under the eggshell we have a thin film layer. The thin film membrane is also acts as a semi-permeable membrane, and synthetic permeable membranes are polyamide membrane. These are used for water purification. And see the osmosis. What is osmosis? Suppose in osmosis, solvent, suppose pure water, that solvent is a pure water, and solution like sea water. If you take sea water in earth, on the earth so much of sea water is available. From that sea water we can prepare only the from that sea water we can prepare pure water. That is reverse osmosis. But in osmosis what will happen, we will see. So here one side solvent is used and another side solution like a sea water we are using, and these two are separated with the semi-permeable membrane. Whenever separated with the semi-permeable membrane, here the solvent particles move through the semi-permeable membrane and this solution level is increases. So this is the osmosis. This is osmosis. Why it is passed? The solvent particles only pass through the semi-permeable membrane is that because of osmotic pressure. Here the solvent have more osmotic pressure. Due to of that pressure, it moves towards this. And if we reverse that, what will happen? If applying the pressure in reverse osmosis, what we are doing that we are applying the pressure on the solution like a sea water. Sea water contains so many of minerals, calcium, magnesium, and chlorides. So many of minerals are there. That sea water, on that sea water we are applying the pressure. That pressure should be more than this solvent having osmotic pressure, more than the solvent osmotic pressure. So if we applying a more pressure on the solution, then what will happen, that the solvent particles of the solution, the solvent of the solution will move through the semi-permeable membrane and the solvent level increases. So pure solvent is taking out from the semi-permeable membrane in reverse way. So this is the reverse osmosis. Hydrostatic pressure is applied on the solution. On one side, the solvent flow is reversed here. That is, solvent is forced to move from the solution side to solvent side through the semi-permeable membrane. This is observed in the reverse osmosis. So in this reverse osmosis method, pure solvent is separated from the contaminants rather than removing the contaminants from the water. And this is called superfiltration or hyperfiltration. And this reverse osmosis method and ion exchange methods are useful in many industries. Not only the industries, for drinking purpose also we are using this reverse osmosis methods and ion exchange methods in small scale, but in larger scale it is used in the industries like a drug preparation and not only that, boilers also should contain only soft water. For preparing the soft water from the hard water, we are using these methods.
Hello students, today in this presentation you people are going to learn the topics DNA as genetic material, DNA structure and DNA replication. First, I will start explaining the topic DNA as genetic material. To get it studied, it is better to introduce the knowledge of how and why a nucleic acid like DNA was considered as the genetic material. This is followed by the experiments of Griffith, Avery team, Hershey and Chase experiments. So first let us come to know the introduction part. In the first half of the 20th century, Gregor Mendel's principles of inheritance became widely accepted. But the chemical nature of hereditary material remained unknown. Based on his experimental investigations, Mendel concluded that development of characters were due to the presence of particular factors which were called as genes, and these particular factors were transferred from one generation to another generation. However, the chemical nature of genes fascinated the scientists for many years, but during 1920s, a series of experiments conducted by scientists finally revealed that DNA was the genetic material. But here we have a question: what decide which molecule can be a genetic material? There were certain properties. Whichever molecule satisfy these properties can be a genetic material. So let us come to see the properties of genetic material. These are the properties of genetic material. The hereditary information must be there in the structure of the genetic material. It should undergo replication. It should be able to express itself through the formation of specific biomolecules, and it should be able to undergo mutations, and such a change should be stably inherited to the next generations. Having seen the properties of genetic material, we will now focus on Griffith's experiment. Regarding this, it was in 1928. Frederick Griffith conducted a basic experiment on bacterial transformation. In the process of identification of DNA as the genetic material, Griffith conducted experiments on Diplococcus pneumoniae, a bacterium which causes pneumonia, and this is also known as Streptococcus pneumonia. In his experiments, Griffith used two strains of Streptococcus pneumonia. One is called S3 strain and the second one is R2 strain. Coming to know the properties of S3 strain. These bacterial cells have smooth polysaccharide capsule and they are capable of producing smooth colonies. It is a virulent bacterium. That means it is able to cause pneumonia. Because of the presence of this smooth polysaccharide capsule, it is protected in the host immune system and able to cause pneumonia. When it comes to R2 strain properties, these bacterial cells don't have smooth polysaccharide capsule. They are capable of producing rough colonies. It is a non-virulent strain. Non-virulent means non-pathogenic strain. They are unable to cause pneumonia. Because of the absence of this smooth polysaccharide capsule coat, they will be damaged in the host immune system and unable to cause pneumonia. During the course of his experiments, Griffith injected mice with S3 strain. Mice developed pneumonia and died. Then, when mice were injected with the R2 strain, there were no signs of pneumonia because it is a non-virulent strain. Then, he killed S3 strain by subjecting it to heat treatment and injected into mice. There were no symptoms of pneumonia, indicating that all the cells were killed by heat treatment. Then he tried a combination of heat killed S3 strain and mixed them with live R2 cells and injected into mice. Surprisingly, there were symptoms of pneumonia. Here we get a question: if it is a heat killed bacterium, will it be able to cause disease? The answer to this question was like this: analysis of dead mouse tissue was found to contain live R2 cells which had smooth polysaccharide capsule like S3 cells. This is the diagrammatic representation of Griffith's experiment. And what did this experiment prove? And what must have gone into the R2 cells? From the results, Griffith concluded that there was something that was transferred from heat-killed bacterium into R2 cells, which helped them to synthesize a smooth polysaccharide capsule and became virulent. This was called as bacterial transformation by Griffith. That means one bacterium was changed into another bacterium. So here non-virulent bacterium was transformed into virulent and the substance that was transferred from virulent bacterium into non-virulent bacterium was known as transforming principle by Griffith. So today we know transformation is a specific type of recombination. A segment of DNA replaces another homologous segment on bacterial chromosome. However, Griffith's experiment was a turning point towards the discovery of DNA as the genetic material. But he could not identify the biochemical nature of transforming principle in his experiments. Now, the focus was on finding out the biochemical nature of transforming principle in Griffith's experiments. Many scientists performed different experiments. There were different observations, results and opinions. A team of scientists, Avery, McCall and McCarthy, performed experiments to determine the biochemical nature of transforming principle in Griffith's experiments. So for this, they first extracted various biochemicals like carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, RNA and DNA from heat-killed S3 strain. Then these extracts were subjected to treatment with different enzymes and alcohol before they were mixed with live R2 cells and injected into mice. The observations and results were recorded like this. First, the cellular extracts were mixed with alcohol. They observed that it got precipitated by alcohol. In the second part of the experiment, the cellular extracts of S3 strain were subjected to treatment with protease enzymes, lipases and RNases and injected into mice. It could cause transformation. That means mice developed pneumonia and died. Then the scientist subjected the cellular extracts of S3 strain with DNase enzyme and mixed this preparation with live R2 cells and injected into mice. It could not cause transformation, indicating that the transforming ability was lost. Then what could be the transforming principle? It was confirmed by the researchers it was not a carbohydrate, not a protein, not a lipid, not RNA. How could they confirm this? Being a carbohydrate, it would have not got precipitated by alcohol. So, it is very clear it was not a carbohydrate. Proteases are enzymes with which proteins will get damaged. Lipases are enzymes which destroy lipids. RNases are enzymes which destroy RNA. But even in the absence of these biomolecules, transformation happened. So, it is very clear that these biomolecules were not responsible for transformation. Then the scientists were left with one option to decide which biomolecule is responsible for transformation. It was DNA. After treatment with the DNase enzyme, transformation could not happen. There were no signs of pneumonia in mice, indicating that the transforming principle was lost. Then what did this experiment provide? What did this experiment show? The genetic material that is getting passed on from one bacterial cell to another bacterial cell was nothing but DNA. So DNA can transform the properties of a cell. Here in this case, it was the appearance and pathogenicity of a bacterium, and the results of these scientists were published in 1944. But this experiment was not accepted by most of the biologists due to the lack of information on the molecular mechanism of transformation. So finally, a confirmatory report came from the experiments of the scientists Hershey and Chase in 1952. Hershey and Chase, this is also known as Hershey and Chase blender experiment. They took T2 bacteriophage, which is a virus that infects the bacterium E. coli, Escherichia coli. You have to remember one point, T2 phase itself has only two things in its structure, DNA and protein coat. During the infection of bacterial cells, T2 phase injects only its DNA into the bacterial cell, but the protein coat always remains outside the host cell. And inside the bacterial cell, the DNA molecule undergoes replication and forms new viruses. This is the life cycle of T2 phase. So remember this. In their experiments, Hershey and Chase had grown T2 phases in two different mediums containing two different types of radioisotopes. In the first sample, T2 phages were grown in medium containing sulfur 35 radioisotope to label the proteins of viruses. In the second sample, the bacterial cells, the viruses were grown in medium containing phosphorus 32 radioisotope to label the DNA. This is the experimental setup of Hershey and Chase. So here it clearly shows that in the first part of the experiment, T2 phages were grown in medium containing sulfur 35 radioisotope to label the protein coats of the viruses. This happens because sulfur is a component of certain amino acids. So it is incorporated into the proteins during protein synthesis. When these sulfur 35 labeled protein viruses were used to infect these E. coli bacterial cells, the protein coats were left outside the host cell. That means radioactivity was left outside the host bacterial cells. Then the non-labeled DNA undergoes replication and forms new viruses. Now coming to see what is happening in the second part of the experiment. In the second part of the experiment, T2 phages were grown in medium containing phosphorus 32 radiolabeled viruses. Because phosphorus is a component of DNA, so it is incorporated during DNA synthesis. So the nucleic acid's DNA is labeled with phosphorus 32 radioisotope. When these P32 labeled viruses were used to infect E. coli bacterial cells, radioactivity in the form of DNA enters the host bacterial cells, but the non-labeled protein coats were left outside the host cell. Now within the host cell, these radio-labeled DNA undergoes replication and forms new viruses. After infection, viruses and bacterial cells were separated by blending and centrifugation and then observed for radioactivity by the scientists Hershey and Chase. Now have a look at this slide. Bacterial cells, you can see bacterial cells were formed as a pellet at the bottom of the test tube when treated with phosphorus 32 radio labeled viruses. That means radioactivity was inside the bacterial cells. But in case of viruses that were treated with sulfur 35 radio labeled viruses, radioactivity was outside the host cell. That means smaller virus, after centrifugation, smaller viruses remained in the supernatant, but the bacterial cells formed in the bottom of the centrifuge tubes. Now I am talking about the radioactivity. The radioactivity was outside the bacterial cells when treated with sulfur 35 radio labeled viruses, but it was inside the bacterial cells when treated with phosphorus 32 radio labeled viruses. So coming to know the conclusion, results of this experiment. What did this experiment provide? This experiment provided a strong evidence that DNA was the genetic material in T2 phases. How can the scientist explain this? How could they explain this? It can be explained like this. During infection of E. coli bacterial cells, all the protein coats were left outside the host bacterial cells. They didn't enter the bacterial cells. So that means they were not responsible for the formation of new viruses. But it was only DNA that entered the host bacterial cells, and as it is having the genetic information of T2 phases, it was transferred from one phase generation to another phase generation. So this way, the findings of Hershey and Chase led to the universal acceptance of DNA as the genetic material. Next, I am going to talk about DNA structure. The things you will study here are introduction, key components present in DNA structure, Watson-Crick double helical structure of DNA. Let us come to see the introduction part about the discoveries of DNA. We have seen how DNA acts as the genetic material, but still there are many questions to be answered, like how DNA stored the genetic information and how is DNA copied so easily. These questions would be answered by discovering the structure of DNA. DNA or deoxyribonucleic acid was first identified by a Swiss chemist Frederick Mischer in 1869 in the nuclei of human white blood cells. It was about in 1953 James Watson, Francis Crick, Maurice Wilcox, Rosalind Franklin, using a powerful technique called X-ray crystallography, figured out DNA as a double helical structure. It is a twisted ladder, and they revealed that this structure could carry the biological information. In 1962, Watson Crick, Maurice Wilcox received the Nobel Prize for their discoveries concerning to the molecular structure of DNA, but unfortunately Franklin died of cancer 4 years before these researchers received the Nobel Prize. So here at this point we will discuss the structure of DNA. DNA is composed of 2 polynucleotide chains. Each polynucleotide chain is made up of monomeric subunits called nucleotides. Now let us have a look at the structure of nucleotide. Nucleotides are the building blocks of DNA. Each nucleotide is made up of 3 components: a 5-carbon sugar, a pentose sugar, one or more phosphate groups, and a nitrogenous base. Now we will move to discuss the properties of pentose sugar. It is a deoxyribose sugar. The oxygen atom present at carbon atom 2 of ribose sugar is missing, so it gets the name deoxyribose sugar, and DNA has the name deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is attached to the 3' carbon and 5' carbon of this pentose sugar are attached to a phosphate molecule to form a phosphodiester bond, and the 1' carbon is attached to a nitrogenous base by means of a beta-N glycosidic bond. It is an inorganic phosphate in DNA structure. It has the formula H3PO4 and it contains 3 reactive groups, 3 reactive hydroxyl groups. 2 of them are involved in the formation of sugar phosphate backbone in DNA. Why we know DNA as an acid? Acidic nature of DNA is due to the presence of this phosphate group. Here we have the structures of deoxyribose sugar and phosphate group. You can see oxygen atom present at carbon atom 2 of this deoxyribose sugar is missing. This property is important for the enzymes to recognize DNA and RNA in the living cells. This is inorganic phosphate having 3 reactive hydroxyl groups. 2 of them are involved in the formation of sugar phosphate backbone in DNA that we will discuss in the next slides. Next, coming to know the nitrogenous bases in DNA structure. Different types of heterocyclic nitrogen ring containing compounds are present in DNA. These are of 2 types, pyrimidines and purines. Now we will discuss about pyrimidines. It is a single ring containing compound, and purines are of 2 types in DNA, thymine and cytosine. Thymine is a 2,4-dioxy-5-methyl pyrimidine, whereas cytosine is a 2-oxy-4-amino pyrimidine. Here we have the structures of cytosine and thymine. They are read in clockwise directions, and they are similar to benzene ring except that it is having nitrogen at positions 1 and 3. Coming to know the structures of purines. They are double ring compounds containing a 6-membered pyrimidine ring and a 5-membered imidazole ring. Purines, they are of 2 types in DNA, adenine and guanine. Adenine is a 6-amino purine, whereas guanine is a 2-amino 6-oxy purine. Now have a look at the structures of adenine and guanine. Both are double ring containing compounds, and you can see that they are fused at positions 4 and 5 carbon atoms, and they are having nitrogens at positions 7 and 9. They are read in anti-clockwise direction. Once we know the structural components in DNA, we must have to focus on the differences between nucleosides and nucleotides in DNA. nucleoside is formed when a deoxyribose sugar joins to a nitrogenous base, whereas a nucleotide is formed when a nucleoside joins to one or more phosphate groups. So, obviously, there are 4 types of deoxyribonucleosides in DNA. These are deoxyadenosine, deoxyguanosine, deoxythymidine, deoxycytidine, and the nucleotides in DNA are deoxyadenilic acid, deoxyguanilic acid, deoxythymidilic acid, and deoxycytidilic acid. Naming of nucleotides is based on the presence of number of phosphate groups. Here this is a nucleotide structure and it is having only one phosphate group, so it is named as deoxynucleoside 5' monophosphate DNMP. If it contains 2 phosphates, it will be named as diphosphate. If it is having 3 phosphates, it will be described as triphosphate. A nucleotide joins to another nucleotide by means of a phosphodiester bond. A phosphate molecule links the 3' carbon and 5' carbon of adjacent sugar rings like this. This is one type of condensation reaction, and two hydroxyl groups of phosphate molecule are involved in this bonding. So, in this way, this results in the formation of a dinucleotide. So, like this, number of nucleotides are joined together to form a polynucleotide chain. So, this polymer is what we know as DNA. Now, coming to know Watson-Crick double helical structure. Watson-Crick suggested that DNA is composed of 2 polynucleotide chains, 2 strands of nucleotide chains that twisted around each other to form a double helix. It is a right-handed helix. That means if you hold it like this, it will they will twist around each other to form a double helix in clockwise direction. It is referred as B form. The 2 strands of DNA molecule run in opposite direction. That means they are anti-parallel. One strand runs in 5' to 3' direction, the second strand in 3' to 5' direction, and the 2 strands are held together by hydrogen bonds that are formed by complementary base pairs. The base pairing in DNA is very specific. If one strand has a purine base, the opposite strand will have pyrimidine base. This follows Chargaff's rule, and the bases are joined by hydrogen bonds like this. Adenine pairs with thymine by means of 2 hydrogen bonds. Guanine pairs with cytosine by means of 3 hydrogen bonds. How exactly does this take place? This is due to the spatial configuration and arrangement of atoms in each base, so that the bases will pair only in certain combinations, and this is helpful to maintain a fixed distance between the 2 strands, and this allows something called complementary base pairing in DNA. That means both strands are not identical. This is Watson-Crick double helical structure of DNA. It is looking like a spiral staircase with complementary base pairing, major, minor grooves, and showing diameter and other properties that we will discuss in the next slides. This structure is showing how sugar phosphate backbone is projecting outside of the DNA molecule, and complementary base pairings are stocked inside the DNA molecule. Because of the presence of these large number of hydrogen bonds, there is a high degree of stability in DNA molecule, and these properties are important concerning the mechanism of replication in DNA. And the order of these sequences, base sequences, determine genetic code in DNA. These are other properties of the double helix. Diameter is 20 angstrom equal to 2 nanometer. It has a pitch, that means length of the helix to complete 1 ton is 34 angstrom, that means 3.4 nanometer, and there are 10 base pair per each turn of the helix. The distance between each base pair is 3.4 angstrom, equal to 0.34 nanometer, and the helix has major and minor grooves which are formed as a consequence of arrangement of bases. What is the importance of DNA structure? From this, it is clearly understood that DNA stores the genetic information, it undergoes replication, transfer the information to the next generation, and express through the formation of specific biomolecules only because of its unique structure. Next, I will be talking about DNA replication. Here, you will come to know the definition of DNA replication, key enzymes involved in replication, and the mechanism of DNA replication. What is replication? Replication is the process of making copies of DNA. The purpose of replication is to produce two identical copies of DNA. And we know DNA regulates the activities of a cell because of its unique structure. So when the cell divides, DNA should also duplicate to be able to get distributed equally to the daughter cells. That means the genetic material must undergo replication. What are the types of replication? 3 types of replication have been proposed at the molecular level: conservative, semi-conservative, and dispersive. But it was experimentally proved by Messelson and Stahl experiment. DNA replication was semi-conservative. But we are not concentrating on this experiment. We are mainly focusing on the mechanism of DNA replication. If replication is conservative, one daughter molecule will have 2 whole strands and the second daughter molecule will have 2 newly synthesized strands. If replication is semi-conservative, each daughter molecule will have 1 parental strand, that means 1 whole strand and 1 newly synthesized strand. If replication is dispersive, each daughter molecule will have combinations of parental strands and newly synthesized strands. But DNA replication is semi-conservative. Next, we will have to focus on the key enzymes involved in DNA replication one by one. First one is Helicase enzyme. Before replication, DNA needs to be unwound. That means both strands of DNA should be separated from one another. So this allows DNA polymerase enzyme to find its substrate and replication can take place. This is done by the enzyme Helicase, which breaks the hydrogen bonds and separates the 2 strands of DNA. And next one is Gyrus enzyme. This enzyme prevents the DNA ahead of the replication fork and removes the tension that is created during unwinding process. And next one is single stranded stabilizing proteins. What these proteins will do is they bind to the single strands thus produced and stabilize them, that means hold them in place. Next one is primase enzyme. This enzyme catalyzes the synthesis of a primer. This is very important in DNA. Primer serves as a starting point in DNA replication because the enzyme DNA polymerase, which catalyzes the synthesis of new DNA strand, always requires free 3' hydroxyl group to add new deoxyribonucleotides. So this is provided by the RNA strand primer. Primer is a RNA strand synthesized by the enzyme primase. Now DNA polymerase, it catalyzes new DNA strand synthesis. Ligase enzyme joins the DNA strands and fills the gaps. Coming to know the details of DNA polymerase enzyme. This enzyme was discovered by the scientist Arthur Kornberg in 1956, and it directs DNA synthesis in 5' to 3' direction, but it always requires free 3' hydroxyl groups. It adds new nucleotides only to a pre-existing strand. We are now going to talk about 3 types of DNA polymerase enzymes, polymerase 1, 2 and 3. Coming to know their properties. 5' to 3' polymerization activity is very important in the extension of primer, that means adding new nucleotides to the primer, and 5' to 3' exonuclease activity, it removes primer in this 5' to 3' direction. 3' to 5' exonuclease activity provides proofreading function, that means if wrong nucleotides are added to the new strand, they will be detected and removed by this activity of DNA polymerase 1. And next one is DNA polymerase 2 and DNA polymerase 3. Both these enzymes are having 5' to 3' polymerization activity and 3' to 5' exonuclease activity. 5' to 3' exonuclease activity is absent in these enzymes. It is present only in DNA polymerase 1 enzyme, and this is important in the removal of primer. And DNA polymerase 3 is the main enzyme of DNA replication. Now, let us come to know the steps involved in DNA replication. DNA replication involves 3 steps: initiation, elongation and termination. Coming to know the initiation process. DNA replication always begins at a unique point called origin of replication site, ORIC, and it is a sequence of about 300 base pairs in most of the prokaryotes with highly conserved sequences, and it consists of 3 repeats of 13 base pair sequences and 4 or 5 repeats of 4 base pair sequence sites. They will be recognized by a specific initiation protein complex. First of all, DNA protein binds to this repeat. So this binding facilitates unbinding of DNA, and next DNA B protein binds to this repeat, and this facilitates unbinding of DNA because this is helicase enzyme. It breaks the hydrogen bonds and opens the 2 strands so that replication can take place. Next, this is facilitated by DNA C protein. Unwinding of DNA strands results in the formation of 2 Y-shaped replication forks in case of bidirectional replication, and these forks move in opposite direction as the replication process proceeds. They move down the DNA, and finally an enzyme primase DNA G catalyzes the synthesis of primer. Primer is a RNA strand. This is the diagrammatic representation showing the formation of initiation complex by DNA A and DNA B proteins, and this is unwinding of DNA double helix by helicase enzyme. Gyrus enzyme removes the tension stress that is created during unwinding process. Single stranded stabilizing proteins by binding to the single strand stabilize them so that each strand can act as a template for the formation of a new complementary DNA strand. Primase enzyme catalyzes the synthesis of a primer to provide free 3' hydroxyl groups. Next step of DNA replication is elongation. Once the primer has been synthesized by primase enzyme, next DNA polymerase 3 takes the place and adds new deoxyribonucleotides to the free 3' hydroxyl groups of the primer. Here we must know what is meant by leading strand. In case of replication, that is taking place on the template strand, which is in the 3' to 5' direction, new strand is synthesized continuously in the 5' to 3' direction. So here a single primer is required. In case of replication, that is taking place on the template strand, which is in the 5' to 3' direction, replication of the second strand is discontinuous. As it is discontinuous, it is called lagging strand. So multiple primers are here required to start each fragment. These discontinuous fragments that are made are called as Okazaki fragments in the name of the discoverer, Rizzi Okazaki. So later these short fragments are joined together by the enzyme DNA ligase. That means one strand is synthesized continuously, new strand is synthesized continuously in the same direction of the replication fork movement, that is called leading strand. Whereas the second strand, called as lagging strand, is synthesized discontinuously in the form of short fragments called Okazaki fragments in the opposite direction of the replication fork movement. By looking at this diagram, you will clearly see how replication is taking place on both the strands simultaneously. One strand is called leading strand because it is synthesized continuously. The second strand is called lagging strand because it is synthesized discontinuously. It is in the opposite direction of the replication fork movement. So multiple primers are synthesized at specific sites because of the non-availability of free 3' hydroxyl groups at the direction of the replication fork movement, and replication is taking place by the enzyme DNA polymerase 3. Next, coming to know the removal of primer by the enzyme DNA polymerase 1 using its 5' to 3' exonuclease activity. After synthesizing the primer by primase enzyme, DNA polymerase 3 adds nucleotides until it reaches the previously Okazaki fragment. There it stops and dissociates. Then this place will be taken by the enzyme DNA polymerase 1. DNA polymerase 1 using its 5' to 3' exonuclease activity removes the primer. Here we get a question, why primer is required for DNA synthesis and later it is removed? Because primer provides free 3' hydroxyl group without which DNA polymerase enzyme cannot initiate new DNA synthesis. But being a RNA strand, it should not be there in the DNA molecule. So it is removed by the DNA polymerase 1 with its 5' to 3' exonuclease activity, and the gaps are sealed by gaps are actually replaced by new DNA strand by the polymerization activity of this enzyme, and then their gaps are sealed by the enzyme DNA ligase. And meanwhile, proofreading is done by 3' to 5' exonuclease activity of this enzyme DNA polymerase 1. So this slide is showing the mode of action of DNA polymerase 1, how it is removing primer RNA nucleotides, and the gaps are sealed by the enzyme DNA ligase. So DNA ligase now seals the gaps by the formation of a phosphodiester bond to form a continuous strand. DNA ligase enzyme ligates the 5' phosphate and 3' hydroxyl groups. This is the end of DNA replication. The replication forks will have to terminate and stop DNA synthesis at a specific point. So this is done at a particular sequence called termination sequence sites. this is just at the opposite side of the origin of replication, and this termination sequence will be recognized by a protein called TUS protein, terminus utilization substance protein. TUS and TUR act as a barrier that prevents leading strand and pauses leading strand until lagging strand arrives from opposite direction. So this is done when helicase touches the TUS protein. So this induces termination of DNA. Now the DNA polymerase III enzyme synthesizes complementary strands on both sides of the replication fork. This is end of DNA replication. So termination is taking place at TUS and TUR sequence. This is the scheme of DNA replication. So it is showing the moment of replication fork and how primers are synthesized and how single stranded stabilizing proteins stabilize the strands. Gyrus enzyme removes topological tension. This is because this is a specific example of the enzyme topoisomerase, and helicase enzyme unwinds the DNA by breaking the hydrogen bonds, and one strand is synthesized continuously. Here it is requiring a single primer, and another strand is synthesized discontinuously. This is called lagging strand. Here you can see multiple primers are synthesized, and then they will be sealed by the enzyme DNA ligase. Actually, synthesis of lagging strand is a bit later than that of leading strand. So to get coordination between these two strands, the lagging strand will be pulled out of between the replication fork and DNA polymerase III enzyme. Then coming to know what is the result of DNA replication. Replication results in the formation of two identical DNA molecule. Each molecule will have one parental strand and one newly synthesized strand. So this is actually proving that DNA replication is taking place by semi-conservative mode. So this is all about DNA replication.
Hello dear students, let me first introduce myself. I am Praveena, working as lecturer in microbiology in Government College for Women, Guntur. Today we are going to learn two important immune disorders, hypersensitivity and autoimmunity. So let us first start with hypersensitivity. So what is hypersensitivity? We know that our immune system is protective in nature by encountering with infectious microorganisms, toxic chemicals and many foreign antigens, and provides immunity to us. But sometimes this immune response occurs at higher incidence, leading to harmful effects in the host. So we can define hypersensitivity as an exaggerated immune response that results in tissue damage in a sensitized individual on second or subsequent contact with the specific antigen. So in this definition, two terms are important, that is sensitization of the host, and the second one is second or subsequent exposure will result in the hypersensitivity. So, what is normally this is also called as allergy, and the antigen is termed as allergen. So, the first contact with the antigen sensitizes the immune system, and which is called as sensitizing or priming dose, and the second or subsequent contact, subsequent means here whenever he is exposed to the same antigen, it manifests the hypersensitivity reactions. That's why the second dose is called as shocking dose. And basing on the time that is required for appearance of the symptoms and to take the hypersensitivity reactions, these are divided into two types: immediate hypersensitivity and delayed hypersensitivity. So, it is a broad classification, and later Peter Gell and Robert Coombs in 1963 they proposed 4 types of classification of hypersensitivity reactions, and this one is accepted universally because it correlates both the process of hypersensitivity reactions and the appearance of the symptoms. So, these 4 types of hypersensitivity reactions are type 1 hypersensitivity, which is also called as IgE mediated hypersensitivity, type 2 hypersensitivity are also called as antibody mediated cytotoxic hypersensitivity, and type 3 hypersensitivity known as immune complex mediated hypersensitivity, and the fourth one is cell mediated delayed hypersensitivity. So, among the 4 types, the 3 types, that is type 1, 2 and 3, they are mediated through the production of antibodies, hence it is antibody mediated immune response, and these 3 are immediate hypersensitivity reactions, and the last one is type 4 is mediated through T cells. That's why it is a cell mediated immune response, and it is called as delayed because it will take time from few hours to few days for the appearance of the symptoms and reaction. So, first let us see type 1, that is IgE mediated hypersensitivity. So, this is induced by those antigen which has the capacity for cross linking of the surface antigen, which surface antibodies, IgE antibodies, which are bound to mast cells and basophils. So, on first exposure to the allergen, the B lymphocytes, they are sensitized and they are differentiated into plasma cells and memory cells. The plasma cells in turn produce immunoglobulin E, that is IgE antibodies. On second exposure, the cross bridging of the surface bound IgE antibodies occurs by the antigen, and this leads to the activation and degranulation of the mast cells and basophils, releasing various types of vasoactive mediators. And these mediators, they triggers a series of reactions like smooth muscle contraction, vasodilation, increased vascular permeability and mucus secretion. The type 1 hypersensitive reactions can be once again divided into 2 types. They are anaphylaxis and atopy. Anaphylaxis is a generalized hypersensitivity, whereas atopy is localized hypersensitivity reaction. So, first anaphylaxis, which is an acute, that means it occurs severely and fatal, which can lead to death, and it is systemic, that means it can the symptoms appear all over the body because many organs are affected by this reaction. And the allergens that cause anaphylaxis include antibiotics like penicillins, antitoxins like diphtheria antitoxin, tetanus antitoxin and insect venom. So, on first contact, as we already studied that with the first contact, the allergen causes the sensitization and differentiation of B lymphocytes, and the B lymphocytes produce IgE antibodies, which are specifically known as reagin antibodies. And these antibodies binds to the Fc receptors of the mast cells or basophils and sensitizes these cells. So, on second or subsequent exposure, the allergen it causes the cross bridging of the adjacent IgE on sensitized cells, and this leads to activation and degranulation of the mast cells and basophils, releasing various types of chemicals like histamine, serotonin, heparin, leukotrienes, platelet activating factor, and eosinophil chemotactic factor A, and prostaglandins. So here you can see the process of type 1 hypersensitivity, where the antigens are when exposed the first time, for first exposure, the antigen cause the differentiation of B cells into plasma cells and memory cells, and the plasma cells, they produce specific IgE antibodies, and these IgE antibodies they are present on the surface of the B lymphocytes, and on the second exposure, whenever the allergen enter the immune system, the allergen cause the cross-linking of the IgE antibodies, leading to degranulation of the mast cells, releasing all the chemicals from the mast cells, which cause the specific symptoms of the anaphylaxis. So in anaphylaxis, the reactions include smooth muscle contraction, vasodilation, that is dilation of the blood vessels, and increased vascular permeability. So because of all these reactions, it will lead to respiratory impairment, because the smooth muscle contraction, the muscle contraction of the bronchioles, and BP is reduced due to the vasodilation, and rapid loss of fluids enter into the tissue spaces, and the individual dies within minutes due to asphyxiation, that is reduction of the oxygen and reduction of blood pressure, and finally due to circulatory shock. That's why anaphylaxis is a fatal type 1 hypersensitivity reaction. And the second type is atopy. It is a chronic and recurrent and non-fatal. Typically it is localized to a particular organ, and the symptoms mainly includes depending upon the route of entry of the allergen. So the allergens includes inhalants such as pollen grains, fungal spores, animal dander, and house dust mites, and ingestants like eggs, milk, fruits, and fish. And the symptoms I have already told that they depends upon the route of entry of the allergen. So the most common examples for atopic reactions include hay fever, bronchial asthma, allergic rhinitis, and food allergies. So here hay fever, it involves the upper respiratory tract, which is characterized by congested nasal passage, coughing, sneezing, and fever. And the second one is bronchial asthma, which is the atopic reaction of lower respiratory tract, and the symptoms mainly includes filling of the alveoli with fluids, and construction the bronchial walls of bronchioles, they will be narrowed, due to which he feels very difficulty in breathing, and the characteristic symptom of bronchial asthma is wheezing sound during the exhalation. In Telugu we will call it as pilli kootalu. And the third one, allergic rhinitis, so which is very common nowadays in majority of population because of the increased pollution, and here this allergic rhinitis, the symptoms include coughing, sneezing, and congested nasal passage, and sometimes allergic sinusitis, and this occurs mainly when the person is exposed to all the inhalants. Allergic inhalants are cool climate and strong smells like that. And food allergies, this food allergies mainly, these are the atopic hypersensitivity reactions that occur due to the ingestion of allergic foods like fruits, eggs, milk, like that. When the person become allergic to these food items, he will show symptoms from simple hives. Here you can see the red spots, hives, to urticaria and sometimes severe eczema. So, here we will stop for a few seconds, and next we will proceed with the type 2 hypersensitivity reactions. Okay. Now we will continue with the next hypersensitivity reaction, that is type 2 hypersensitivity reaction, which is also called as antibody dependent cytotoxic or cytolytic hypersensitivity reaction, because it will lead to the destruction of the cells and tissues. Here the antibodies involved are IgG or IgM, and these are directed against antigens that are present on the cells or tissue surfaces. So these antibodies, when they combine with the cell surface antigen, they activate the complement and bind to the effector cells through Fc regions and stimulate the complement pathway, complement pathway causing the destruction of the cells. So examples for this type 2 hypersensitivity reactions are erythroblastosis fetalis and ABO blood transfusion. Erythroblastosis fetalis, it is a anemic disease of newborn which causes hemolytic anemia. So this occurs when a when Rh negative mother carries Rh positive fetus in her womb. So here, because of the mismatching of the Rh antigens of the mother and fetus, during the pregnancy, the fetal blood will come into the maternal circulation, and the Rh antigens are exposed to mother blood circulation. As a result, the immune system of mother produce anti-Rh antibodies. So here in the first delivery, the sensitization of the mother occurs against the Rh negative antigens, and it doesn't cause any harm to the first baby. But later on the second delivery or on subsequent deliveries where the mother carries the Rh positive fetus or baby, during the pregnancy, as already the anti-Rh antibodies are there in maternal circulation, they will attack the Rh antigens of the fetus, leading to hemolytic anemia and results in miscarriages, that is abortions. And the ABO blood transfusion is another example for type 2 hypersensitivity, where the mismatching of blood groups occurs between the donor and recipients, where the red blood cells will be destructed and it becomes fatal to the individual. Next, the type 3 hypersensitivity reaction, which is also called as immune complex mediated hypersensitivity. Here immune complex means the antigen and antibody complex, and generally these antigen antibody complexes, they are removed very effectively by the monocytes of the reticuloendothelial system. But sometimes these immune complexes, they are not effectively removed and they will deposit on the basement membranes of many organs, leading to type 3 hypersensitivity reactions. So because of the deposition of these immune complexes on the epithelial cell basement membranes, they will activate the complement, especially the C3A and C50, which are also called as anaphylatoxins, and activates and cause the degranulation of the mast cells, basophils and platelets, releasing histamines and other chemical mediators. So this triggers a variety of inflammatory responses like increased vascular permeability, release of oxygen containing free radicals and proteolytic enzymes from cytoplasmic granules, which cause the damage to the blood vessels, and the platelet aggregates from in the aggregate forms on the vessel walls, and chemotactic factors from various complement components attracts the effector cells, neutrophils, and all these are activated and triggers a variety of inflammatory reactions. So here we can see in the picture the immune complexes, they are deposited on the epithelial basement membranes of the blood vessels, and they attract the platelets becomes aggravated, forming the microthrombi formation, and they cause the complement activation. As a result, so many mediators are produced like chemotactic factors, which cause the flowing of polymorphonuclear leukocytes, that is neutrophils and all these cells, towards the towards the site where the immune complexes are deposited, and cause the vasculitis, that is the inflammation of blood vessels. So the type 3 hypersensitivity reaction is two types. One is Arthur's reaction and the second one is serum sickness. Arthur's reaction, it is actually an experimental reaction, and it was done by Nicholas Maris Arthurs in 1903, and it is a localized hypersensitivity reaction, and it occurs when large amounts of horse serum is introduced into the rabbits repeatedly. Repeatedly the rabbits develops this type 3 hypersensitivity reaction, which is characterized by necrotic vasculitis and edema. And the second one is serum sickness, which is very acute and systemic, means it involves so many organs of the body, host body. So here the antigens like penicillin or heterologous serums like diphtheria antitoxins or tetanus antitoxins like foreign materials, when they are introduced into the host, the antigens combines with the antibody, forming systemic tissue deposits, and the reaction occurs between 5 days to 3 weeks, and the reaction is characterized by fever, dermatitis, lymphadenopathy, arthritis, that is inflammation of the joints, glomerulonephritis, that is inflammation of the walls of kidneys, nephrotic system, and endocarditis, where the endocardium becomes inflamed in heart. So because here many vital organs are involved in this reaction, it is sometimes very fatal reaction. Okay. And the specificity of this serum sickness is a single dose of antigen can act as both sensitive as well as shocking dose. So generally what happens, first the host has to be exposed for the first time, which we called as sensitizing dose, and second time the reaction will appear, which we call it as a shocking dose. But in serum sickness, the single dose acts as both sensitive as well as shocking dose. Now let us see the type 4 hypersensitivity reaction, which is called as cell mediated delayed hypersensitivity. So the name itself indicates it is mediated through T cells, and here the T cells, the subset of T cells which are called as TDTH cells, which stands for delayed type of hypersensitivity T cells, are involved, and the symptoms takes very long time to appear. That's why it is called as delayed hypersensitivity. So on contact with the specific antigen, it causes release of lymphocytes, macrophages and basophils to the affected tissue and result in extensive tissue damage. And this type 4 hypersensitivity is two types. One is infection type and the second one is allergic contact dermatitis. So here we can see the antigens, they stimulate the lymphocytes producing T cells, that is T lymphocytes, and they in turn produce so many cytokines which activates the macrophages and mast cells, all these neutrophils, all this, and leading to cellular infiltrate. So the first type of type 4 hypersensitivity reaction is infection type, where infection type, and actually it was first time it was observed by Robert Koch. So when he injected the tuberculin protein isolated from Mycobacterium tuberculosis, so he took the tuberculin protein, which is a partially purified protein, and injected into intradermally on the forearm of the individual, and the reaction begins in 8 hours and results in reddened area at the site of injection, and the induration reaches in its peaks within 12 to 24 hours, within 12 to 24 hours, and it reaches the peak in 48 hours and then subsides in a tuberculin positive individual. That means here the test is mainly done to know whether the person is previously exposed to Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So if the person is exposed to Mycobacterium tuberculosis, he will sensitized by the tuberculin protein, and when we inject the tuberculin protein externally, already because he is sensitized, he will show the type 4 hypersensitivity reaction. So this, and the tuberculin test will be negative in tuberculin negative individuals, which shows that he is not previously exposed to Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So type 4 hypersensitivity reaction develops in many infections with bacteria and viruses, and even also the parasites, especially when these parasites are intracellular, like that. And this infection type or the tuberculin type test is also done to know whether the person is previously infected with diseases such as leprosy, brucellosis, candidiosis, and herpes simplex virus. And the second type of type 4 hypersensitivity is contact dermatitis, and this can be observed in a large population when the skin is exposed to certain antigens. So this is actually an eczematous skin disease. So here you can see there are the rash which appears like boils filled with fluid. So the characteristic feature of this eczematous disease is rash and the weeping boils. So on contact with the allergen first it combines with the proteins of the skin which are called as haptens, and they activates the T cells, and mainly the allergens includes proteins, chemicals like dinitrobenzene, picryl chloride, certain dyes, and sometimes penicillin, drugs like penicillins, and antibiotic topical ointments, and nickel coated jewelry, cosmetics, and plant materials. So this is about hypersensitivity, the various types of hypersensitivity, all this. And now let us see what is the treatment for this hypersensitivity reactions. So the treatment generally includes, the first and foremost is we have to avoid the contact with the allergen, and second thing is the medicinal practitioners will do the immunotherapy, where they will inject increased doses of allergens so that the individual immune system will shift from production of IgE to IgG. And the second one is by administering anti-IgE antibodies, so that these antibodies will block the IgE immunoglobulins. And like drugs like antihistamines and epinephrines are also used in treatment. So this is about hypersensitivity reactions. Okay students, now we will see the second type of very important immune disorder, that is autoimmunity. The name autoimmunity contains the prefix auto, means self. So here the immune system respond to self antigens instead of non-self or foreign antigens, and this occurs due to the lack of discrimination between self and non-self antigens by the immune system. So this cause a serious damage to the cells or organs and sometimes lead to fatal consequences, which we call them as autoimmune diseases. And these autoimmune diseases, they are mediated through either autoantibodies or sensitized T cells. So the autoimmunity can be described using this comic picture, where this is the antigen and this is the self antigen, which is saying that I am yours, that is I am part of your body, I am not a foreign thing for you. But the cells of the immune system, they are mistaken it as a foreign antigen or they are non-self antigen, and they will react to the self antigen. So due to this loss of discrimination by the immune system between self and non-self antigens, the autoimmune disorders are also called as autoimmune diseases occur. So what are the causes of autoimmunity? So the first cause is the sequestrated antigens. So sequestrated antigens means these are the antigens which do not come under blood circulation during the development of immune system. So later, whenever these antigens come in blood circulation in the individual life, the immune system will consider them as foreign and they will attack the antigens. So and cause the disease, autoimmune disease. And the examples for the sequestrated antigens includes lens proteins, spermatozoa, all these. And sometimes even the fetus for a pregnant lady is also considered as a non-self thing that will result in that very medical care, that needs the medical care. And the second thing is molecular mimicry. Molecular mimicry means here the foreign antigens like certain bacteria or viruses, they share same structural similarity with the individual's self components. So because of this structural similarity between the foreign antigens and the individual self components, it will leads to autoimmunity. For example, the M protein of Streptococci pyogenes, they share same structure with that of glycoproteins of heart and joints, and this leads to the heart failure during rheumatic fevers. And certain bacterial and viral infections are also responsible for autoimmune diseases. So what are the factors that influence the development of autoimmunity? The first important thing is genetic factors, because the autoimmune diseases, they run in families due to the major histocompatibility complex, which is the major protein in immune response, it is coded by the genes. So genetic factors, they play a very important role in autoimmune diseases, and viral infections, they sometimes cause the autoimmune diseases. And hormones, especially the sex hormones, it is found that the female sex hormones like estrogen, they enhance or they activate the autoimmune diseases, whereas the male hormones, androgens, they suppress the autoimmune diseases. And this is the reason which can explain why women develop more autoimmune diseases when compared with the male. And the last thing is the psychoneuroimmunological factors, which includes the stress and neurochemicals, the release of various neurochemicals like serotonin, acetylcholine, all these, they also they also sometimes leads to autoimmune diseases. So the autoimmune diseases can be divided into two types. One is organ specific autoimmune diseases, and the second one is systemic autoimmune diseases. So what are organ specific autoimmune diseases? Here the immune response is directed to specific antigens that are present on the tissues or organs, and through an antibody mediated immunity or cell mediated immunity. And due to this, the function of that organ is blocked because of the autoantibodies, and the symptoms are also limited to that particular organ. So because the antigen involved are related with only a single organ, and the symptoms are also restricted to that single organ, these disorders are called as autoimmune disorders or autoimmune diseases. So let's have a glance on what are these autoimmune disorders or diseases. So the first, some of the examples we have, the first one is Addison's disease, where the autoantibodies are produced against the adrenal cells, and the symptoms includes hypocorticolism, that is the reduced production of adrenal hormones. And the second one is Gould-Pasteur syndrome, where the autoantibodies are produced against collagen of the basement membranes of kidneys and lungs, and as a result they will show very fatal symptoms like kidney failure, pulmonary hemorrhage, that is bleeding from the lungs, and often it leads to death. And multiple sclerosis, where the autoantibodies are produced against brain or white matter, and the symptoms includes double vision, blindness in one eye, muscle weakness, and also trouble in sensation. And rheumatoid arthritis, where the Fc portion of the antigen is the autoantibodies are called as RA factor is produced against the Fc portion of the antigen, that is immunoglobulin G, in connective tissue, which leads to the inflammation of joints and pains. Actually these are the systemic autoimmune disorders, where the entire body will be affected. And the next one is systemic lupus erythematosus, where the autoantibodies are produced against double-stranded DNA and the nuclear proteins, which leads to fever, weakness in arthritis and skin rash. And the fourth one is scleroderma, where the autoantibodies are produced against nuclei and lungs, which leads to swelling in limbs. Sclerodactyly, that is because of the more amount of production of the collagen, the skin and the connective tissue, they become very hard and thickened. Due to this, they are unable to move their fingers and toes. And Raynaud's disease, where the blood vessels in the hands and feet, they becomes very narrow and they feel very discomfort in blood. Due to the discomfort in blood circulation, they feel numbness and pain in hands and feet. So these three are systemic autoimmune disorders, that is multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis and systemic lupus erythematosus, scleroderma. These are the systemic autoimmune disorders which affects many parts of the body, and sometimes the people, once they are encountered with the autoimmune diseases, they have to face the symptoms for lifetime. So here you can see the pictures of the two important systemic autoimmune disorders, that is systemic lupus erythematosus and scleroderma. So here various organs like lungs, heart are affected, and the inflammation of lungs occurs, heart occurs, and the characteristic features of this systemic lupus erythematosus is butterfly rash, that where the rash, you can see the rash, it starts from the nose and it spreads through the cheeks in the form of, in shape of butterfly. That's why it is called as butterfly rash. And the second one is scleroderma. So here you can see the sclerodactyly, where the fingers, they become very stiffened due to the increased production of collagen, and here the rash all over the skin. So these actually these are the very serious symptoms that appears in these two systemic autoimmune diseases. Then what is the treatment for these autoimmune diseases? The first thing is to administer non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs, and second one is taking supplements like thyroxine or vitamin B12. So if the person is suffering from hypothyroidism, he will be given thyroxine supplements, and if the person is suffering from pernicious anemia, he will be given vitamin B12 supplements like that. And the third most is by giving immunosuppressant drugs. So these drugs, they suppress the immune response so that they will feel some relief from the symptoms, which includes peptide drugs, which blocks the MHC molecules. As we have already learned, MHC molecule plays a very vital role in autoimmune diseases, and giving monoclonal antibodies against certain immune cells that are involved in immune response, like CD4 cells, interleukin 2 receptors and T cell receptors. So with this I am concluding here, and thank you students for your patient listening.
Students, we are going to take up a very important topic related to the 6th semester chemistry elective paper. As you all know, under 6th semester, under CBCS system, you will be having one elective paper you have to choose from each subject. The topic, the 7th A and 7th B, there are two papers that are included under APSHA syllabus. So the first paper is the 7th A paper, which we have discussed earlier. That is nothing but the separation methods and the instrumentation techniques. And the 7th B paper is the environmental chemistry, 7th B. So for the benefit of the students who choose this environmental chemistry paper, we have taken up this particular module. Under the first module, I am going to give a brief introduction related to the environmental chemistry. What is environment and what is environmental chemistry, and what are the different type of topics you are going to take up under this unit. As you can see in the slide, the first unit of your syllabus is, as you can see, concept of environmental chemistry, scope and importance of environment in nowadays. And the second one is the nomenclature of environmental chemistry, segments of environment and natural resources, renewable resources, solar and biomass energy and non-renewable resources, thermal power and atomic energy. The last, reactions of atomic oxygen and hydrological cycle. And of course, you will be having all these topics under first unit. I am going to take up as much as possible in this from this unit. Let us take up the environmental chemistry, but before actually going into the environmental chemistry, let us take up the definition of environment. What is environment? Environment, as you all know, it is nothing but the everything that surrounds us. Everything that surrounds us is called as environment. So, as the environment is nothing but the living and non-living matter that surrounds us, and this living and non-living matter includes everything. In the environment, there are different interactions between animals, plants, insects, soil, water and other living and non-living things. So, all these things put together to called as environment. Now, we are taking up the environmental chemistry. Environmental chemistry deals with all the different type of branches of chemistry, which includes the organic chemistry, physical chemistry, analytical chemistry mostly, and other things which we are going to take up in detail now. Environmental chemistry is the scientific study of the chemical and biological phenomena that occur in natural places. It can also be defined as the study of sources, reactions, transport, effects and fates of chemical species in the air, soil and water environments, and the effect of human activity and biological activity on this. So, this is all about the environmental chemistry which we are going to take up. But before actually going into the environmental chemistry and the environmental segments that are present, let us take up the importance of analytical chemistry in this in studying the environmental chemistry. As you all know, you have been studying the analytical chemistry for the last 2.5 years in a different way, and the topics related to the environmental chemistry, the physical chemistry and the other branches of chemistry, the nuclear chemistry, and all these things comes to understand the environmental chemistry in detail. Let us take up the different environmental segments that can be possible to divide the entire environment. The entire environment can be divided into atmosphere. This is the atmosphere. The hydrosphere. This is the hydrosphere. Let us take up one after another in detail about these segments. The third one is the lithosphere, that is related to the earth crust and earth mantle and all. Ecosphere or the biosphere, which comes under all these things. Let us take up another view related to the 4 different environmental segments. This you can see as the atmosphere, and here the atmosphere that surrounds the earth surface, and then the hydrosphere, which includes the surface water, underground water, and then the water from glaciers and the rain and all these things comes under the hydrosphere. The next one is the lithosphere. The lithosphere, as we can define, this is the earth surface and the earth crust and the mantle of earth. That is the lithosphere. Litho is nothing but the earth. And then the biosphere, which includes all the 3 spheres. Biosphere, which includes all the sphere. That means wherever the life is possible, that comes under this biosphere. This is a simple representation of the 4 segments of environment. Now let us take up in detail about the atmosphere. Atmosphere, as you can see, this is nothing but the protective blanket of gases, which is surrounding the earth. That is the definition of atmosphere. The atmosphere protects the earth from the hostile environment and outer space. This atmosphere also absorbs the IR radiation that comes from the sunlight, as well as the re-emitted IR radiation that comes from the earth surface. So you can see the importance of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a very important one, which surrounds the earth surface, and it is acts as a blanket of gases, and it absorbs the infrared radiation, the IR radiation that comes from the sunlight, and it also absorbs the radiation which is emitted back from your earth surface. So and thereby it balances the temperature on the earth surface. This is the importance of atmosphere, and it acts as a source. The atmosphere acts as a source for carbon dioxide for plant photosynthesis and oxygen for respiration. These are the very important key roles played by the atmosphere. Atmosphere also acts as a source for nitrogen fixing bacteria and ammonia producing plants. The atmosphere transports water from ocean to land, ocean to surface, the earth that goes up and again comes to the land, and it acts as a medium for this particular process also. And that is the main role of the atmosphere, the first segment of environment. The second segment, as we can define, the hydrosphere. Hydro means water. Hydrosphere is a collective term given to all the different forms of water. There are different forms of water that is available in the universe, which includes water resources such as oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, streams, reservoirs, glaciers, and groundwaters. All these are put together to be called as the hydrosphere, the second segment of the environment. As you can see, this is the distribution of water on earth. How the water is distributed on the earth surface. If you can see oceans, the percentage of occupation is 97.3% of water is available in oceans, and 2.1% available as cryosphere, which includes the glaciers and polar ice. Glaciers and polar ice put together to be the 2.1, and of course this is the fresh water, the pure water, which we of course we can make use for different type of purposes, useful purposes. And the very small portion, this is the very small portion which is available as fresh water for different type of domestic purposes or the industrial purposes or the agriculture purpose or whatever you say. All this put together to be a very, very small part of the hydrosphere, and this again can be represented in the form of this is the all water on earth. The fresh water is 3%, which includes 2%, 2 point something percentage as glaciers, and the rest as the surface water, the pure surface water, the groundwater. And this is all about the different demarcation related to the 1% of your total water supply of hydrosphere. And now let us take up the third segment of our environment. First segment is the atmosphere, second segment is the hydrosphere, the third segment is of course the lithosphere. The lithosphere consists of upper mantle, the upper outer surface, the outermost surface of the earth, and then the crust. The crust includes the crust is nothing but the rocks, soil of which the latter is the important part of the lithosphere. These are the different parts that are available that comes under lithosphere. This is the third part of our third segment of our environment. The fourth segment is the biosphere, as the bio means as you all know the life wherever the life is present, that comes under the biosphere. The biosphere refers to the living organisms and the interactions with the environment. That means the living organisms which are interacting with the atmosphere, the hydrosphere and the lithosphere, and the rest of the all three spheres and the rest of the all the three spheres, three segments of environment interacts with the biosphere. The biosphere is very large and complex and is divided into smaller units called as ecosystems. The entire biosphere can again be divided into different type of ecosystems depending upon the environment, again depending upon the place where they exist, depending upon where they interact with the rest of the things, and that can be divided into the ecosystems. Different type of ecosystems are there that is available, and the plants, animals and microorganisms which live in a different zone along with different physical factors such as soil, water and air constitute an ecosystem. Different type of ecosystems, the marine ecosystem, the forest ecosystem, the different type of ecosystems we will come across, and we will study all these things in another different way also. And the ecosystems, as you can see under the biosphere, this is the atmosphere, and again this is the lithosphere, this is the hydrosphere, where this particular where you can find the biosphere from the lithosphere, from hydrosphere and from the atmosphere. The interrelationship manifest as natural cycles, and these things manifest as the hydrological cycle and the oxygen cycle, nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle and sulfur cycle. Different type of natural cycles are available based on this environmental. We are going to take up one after another to understand the importance of these cycles and how these are useful to understand the rest. The natural cycles, as we all know, operate in a balanced manner, providing a continuous circulation of essential constituents necessary for life, and this stabilizes and sustains the life process on earth. Okay, let us first take up the hydrological cycle or hydrologic cycle. This is the first one, hydrologic cycle, which we can explain as a diagrammatic way. The hydrologic cycle involves a continuous exchange of water between sea and atmosphere, and then the land and atmospheres, and the sea and animals through massive evaporation of water from the ocean, cloud formation and precipitation. This is how the hydrological cycle is made. The main hydrological cycle interacts with the water from the oceans, interacts with the land, atmosphere and the living animals. All this comes under hydrological cycle. Let us take up these things in detail about how this hydrological cycle works, and what are how the water that comes from the groundwater comes to the surface, and how all these things will happen. Normal evaporation of water from ocean exceeds precipitation by rain into seas by 10%. The same 10% excess with the precipitates on land balances the hydrological cycle. That means the water that is present in the groundwater comes by means of a capillary action, and thereby maintains a continuous supply of water to the surface layer of soil. This is in continuous. The capillary action that comes from the bottom to top, and then it evaporates, and then the precipitation. This is all these things are well explained diagrammatically like this. And here this is the groundwater, and then you see the groundwater, how it goes to the aquifers, and the soil moisture. This comes as a soil moisture by means of a capillary action, and the surface water will go to the as evaporated as rain evaporated to the clouds and locked up into the clouds, and when the atmosphere is congenial to it, this again condenses and precipitates down again to the surface, onto the earth, onto the lake or to the ocean. This is entire thing is in a cyclic way. And you can see the ice from snow also. Ice and snow also in collaboration with the condensation and then the precipitation. Both happens here also, the surface of the earth as well as the ice and snow also. And this is about another representation, diagram representation of a water cycle, the hydrologic cycle. Again, this simple, there is another way of representing, and then the evaporation, that is the evaporation takes place, and then locked up into the clouds, and then the precipitation again comes back. This is a circular process. Here you can see the transpiration from the plants and all, and it goes to the condenses to and locked up into the clouds, and then the precipitation. So it is again a factor of a cycle that goes, and this cycle is called as a hydrological cycle. Okay, this is what I have explained. The animals also take water, which is also returned to the atmosphere through evaporation. Animals or the human beings and all those things is part of the hydrological cycle. And now let us discuss some oxygen cycle, nitrogen cycle and the sulfur cycle in detail about all these things. Oxygen cycle, as you can see, the exchange of oxygen between different segments of the environment such as atmosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere and biosphere. How it happens? Atmospheric oxygen contributes largely to the process of the Earth's surface, and here in presence of natural gas, the methane of natural gas undergoes combustion to convert the carbons into carbon dioxide and hydrogens into oxygen. This is a simple process of oxygen cycle, how oxygen is utilized in converting methane to carbon dioxide and water. And this is another way of understanding how the oxygen cycle is utilized and how we absorb oxygen and exhales carbon dioxide, and how the carbon dioxide is utilized by photosynthesis, and these things are well explained by a simple diagram like this. And this is another representation of oxygen cycle. Again, atmospheric oxygen is utilized by aerobic organisms in the degradation of organic matter. Whatever the organic matter we take, that undergoes degradation in presence of organism to be converted as carbon dioxide and water. This is moisture. Oxygen is again consumed by oxidative weathering process of minerals also. The photosynthesis, of course, in presence of sunlight and chlorophyll, carbon dioxide and water combines to give the glucose and oxygen. So here the consumption of oxygen and then the release of oxygen. This is how the oxygen cycle can be explained. And now let us take up another small part related to your first unit of this introduction, natural resources. What are the different type of natural resources that are available, and what are the renewable and non-renewable ones? These are the natural resources, as we all know: mineral, energy, living resources, air, water, sunlight, soil and all those things. And the entire resources can be categorized into these are the renewable energy energy sources, and these are the non-renewable energy sources. Again, the renewable sources can be replaced by nature like this: the vegetation in the form of crops and forests, sunlight, air, soil, water. Non-renewable sources are, these are the few non-renewable sources. So this is something related to the introduction part of your environmental chemistry. In this we have discussed what is environment and what is environmental chemistry, and then the different segments of environment we have discussed. Under this we have discussed atmosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere, and then the biosphere. And also we have discussed in detail about the different type of cycles, like hydrological cycle we have discussed, and then we have discussed certain oxygen cycles, and of course in your portion the oxygen cycle and the carbon dioxide cycle are included, and rest of the cycles are also there, as the nitrogen cycle, sulfur cycle, and so on and so forth. And I have also discussed something related to the natural resources, and which includes the renewable and non-renewable resources. Thank you for watching this environmental chemistry introduction. Students, let us take up the second unit of your environmental chemistry paper. The environmental chemistry is nothing but the paper which is included as a subject elective in your semester 6. The second unit is the air pollution, the third unit is the water pollution. Let us take up the air pollution in detail now. Before actually going into the air pollution topics, the portion that is included in your second unit syllabus according to APSHA CBCS is the definition of air pollution and the different sources of air pollution and the classification of air pollution, and the consequences of air pollution are nothing but the acid rain, photochemical smog, greenhouse effect, formation, the depletion of ozone, and then the Bhopal gas disaster, and then the controlling method of air pollution. These are the different topics that are included in your second unit of your the environmental chemistry paper under the heading of air pollution. Now let us take up in detail related to the air pollution. But before actually going into the air pollution, let us take a brief look of the Earth's atmosphere. How the Earth's atmosphere will be, and because the air pollution takes place in atmosphere, so obviously we have to understand what the atmosphere is. The atmosphere is nothing but a protective layer that protects us, that acts as a blanket protective layer, and it protects us from the harmful and the different type of radiation that comes from the sunlight. Let us discuss in detail about the atmosphere in detail. Chemical reactions that occur in the atmosphere help maintain a balance among the different atmospheric gases, and that we are going to discuss in detail. Let us take up the different segments or the different parts of the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is divided into different parts, different segments based on the distance from the Earth's surface. The first one is the troposphere, and this is a 0 to 15 kilometers, and then stratosphere up to 50 kilometers, and then the mesosphere, this is up to 75 kilometers. The next comes the thermosphere, and the last one above that 500 kilometers from the Earth's surface, we call it as the exosphere. Exo is nothing but outer sphere. These are the five segments of the atmosphere. Let us take up how each segment acts like, and how it is useful to the different type of purposes and all, and what are the different type of compositions of each segment. And now first let us take up the troposphere. Earth's the first was layer, which is from 0 to 15 kilometers from the Earth's surface, is the troposphere, where this is the lowest sphere, and where you find all the different type of gases that are available in this troposphere. The temperature ranges from minus 58 degrees And as you go to the higher altitudes in troposphere, the temperature decreases. The temperature decreases up to a minimum of minus 58 degrees centigrade at 12 kilometers from the Earth's surface. Rain, snow, wind and other weather phenomena occurs in this particular layer. In this troposphere, everything occurs. The rain, snow, wind and other weather phenomena occurs in this layer. Let us discuss something more related to the troposphere in detail later. And the second sphere is the stratosphere, that is up to 50 kilometers from the Earth's surface. And in the stratosphere, as you move from higher altitudes, the temperature increases, reaching to a maximum of 2 degrees centigrade. I discussed it here. Here in the troposphere, the temperature will be up to minimum of minus 58 degrees centigrade. Here in the stratosphere, the temperature goes up to 2 degrees centigrade in the stratosphere. The main constituents of the stratosphere is the ozone. Ozone, a protective layer which protects us from the harmful radiation that comes from the sunlight. And this is the very important constituent of stratosphere, a gas that helps shields Earth's surface from the sun's harmful ultraviolet radiation. And this ozone protects Earth by absorbing the solar radiation which is emitted by the sunlight. And beyond this stratosphere, you will be having this mesosphere. Beyond the 50 kilometers is the mesosphere, and beyond the 75 kilometers up to 500 kilometers, we call it as a thermosphere. And here in the thermosphere is a region rapidly increasing temperatures. Temperature increases in the thermosphere, and as you go to the 200 kilometers of altitude, the temperature is as high as 1000 degrees centigrade in thermosphere. And now after that 500 kilometers of distance, you will find only the exosphere. This is only the exosphere, where different type of molecules will be in the ionic form. Let us take up in detail related to the troposphere and all these things. Just as the temperature of the atmosphere varies by altitude, so does its composition also varies. Its composition readily changes from going from 0 to higher altitudes. Roughly 75% of mass found in the troposphere, which mostly includes the nitrogen and the oxygen. 71% of nitrogen and 27% of this oxygen is present in the troposphere, the major gases, and the rest of gases falls less than 1% as a minor components. And now, after taking up a brief explanation related to the atmosphere, different segments of atmosphere, let us take up the air pollution. What are the different sources of air pollution and how they are going to impact the environment and the human beings and in general. These are the very important pollutants of air. These are the very important air pollutants, and of course you have got different type of gaseous pollutants. The entire pollutants of air can be categorized into air pollutants, particulate pollutants, and again there are different type of microbial pollutants also present in the air. So here I am going to discuss something related to the air pollutants, which is under the sulfur oxides and then the nitrogen oxides. So sulfur oxides in general, sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide, nitrogen oxides also there. These two we are going to discuss here. And then the very important part, the particulate matter, the particles. The size, the particulate matter again depends upon their impact depends upon the size of the particulate matter. And of course we are going to discuss the ozone depleting substances also. Now, if you can see this slide, you can better understand the air pollution. These are the activities, different type of activities, and these activities are anthropogenic, that means man-made, human-made activities, and based on these activities we are going to get, and these type of pollutants are generated, and you can see the transport generates sulfur dioxide, and one activity can generate a number of pollutants. Power distribution, and then the radioactive substances, agriculture, and then the industry, and these produces all these different type of pollutants. We are going to discuss the pollutants of sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, ammonia, nitrogen oxides, and voltaic organic carbon. Let us discuss in detail about all these things, and these are the intermediate effects. These are the intermediate effects I have given to you, and then the ultimate impact will be this one, human beings, and these are going to influence the human beings, and then the human health will be affected, environment will be spoiled, and minerals and deposition will be spoiled, and agriculture and cultivation will get spoiled due to these type of activities. This is a very important slide which can explain the different type of anthropogenic activity we do, and out of that which type of pollutant is being generated, and what is its intermediate effect or the immediate effect which we are going to face, and then the impact on different type of human beings or the environment or the industry or the mineral deposition. Let us take up one after another. Sulfur dioxide, sulfur oxides rather, and these sulfur oxides are mainly produced from power plants, oil refineries, chemical plants, paper industry, and then the different type of auxiliary industries. I have named a few. From that you can generate sulfur dioxides, and sulfur content in crude oil and fuel oils, and earlier the percentage of sulfur from these type of fossil oils were high, and recently not recently, from the last quite some time, the sulfur is removed from the fuels, oils, and thereby desulfurization takes place, and which is called a sweetening of oils, and based on that the sulfur content released into atmosphere is bit reduced, and these are the few things. And then what is the impact of sulfur dioxide that is going to play on human beings and something like that. And if sulfur dioxide is exposed, human beings exposed to sulfur dioxide, short term problems are there, and again the long term problems are also there. The short term exposure might reflect the bronchitis, and then the increased asthma symptoms will happen if a person is exposed to a sulfur dioxide or sulfur oxides to a shorter duration. If it is in a longer duration, we are going to get a very dangerous disease like a deterioration of a lot of health problems, and the cardiovascular problems also exist. And there is one such example where the sulfur oxides are done. The particulate matter. The particulate matter are the particles. The particulate matter, again, depending upon the size of the particulate matter, the impact and the source differs. For example, the particles produced during combustion of as a secondary products in the atmosphere, that might shift very long periods far from the point of sources. And if you see the PM10 and PM2.5, PM is the particulate matter and the 10 is the microns, micrometers rather, 10 microns and the 2.5 microns. And for the comparison, if you take the human hair, the size of the strand of the human hair will be 70 micrometers in diameter, and here even less than the size of the hair, the particulates PM10 and PM2.5. Earlier, some 10 to 15 years back, Pollution Control Board fixed the PM10 as a standard for measuring and for objecting the people to produce this PM10, and the PM2.5 is the latest standard that is prescribed by the Pollution Control Board, State Pollution Control Board and the Central Pollution Control Board, and it is fixing the PM2.5 standards for the air pollution. And these particulate matter can be determined with the help of RDS, respirable dust sampler, and again the different type of instruments that are available. And these particulate matter is released into the atmosphere by means of different type of things like the transportation, which is the main burning of fuels, and it releases different type of metals also along with the gaseous pollutants. And once this particulate matter is trapped into that respirable dust sampler, you can analyze the presence of the trace metals or the different type of metals that are present in the particulate matter. As you can see, the smaller the size of the particles, the deeper penetrate into the human respiratory system. That's why PM 2.5 is the standard fixed by the pollution control boards for respiratory problems. And in the atmosphere, we can see the photo dissociation and photo ionization. The photo is the sunlight. High in the presence of high energy, oxygen is dissociated into molecular oxygen is dissociated into atomic oxygen, and the atomic oxygen has again got different type of activities that takes place. The amount of atomic oxygen in the atmosphere increases with increasing altitude. As you go to the higher altitudes, this dissociation will be, photo dissociation will be more. And the photoionization. The photoionization is the second process that absorbs the high energy solar radiation, that is UV obviously, and it makes the photoionization to takes place. So, the molecular nitrogens and the oxygen, molecular nitrogen, molecular oxygen, the atomic oxygen are converted into ions. They are converted into ions. Nitrogen ion, oxygen molecular ion, oxygen atomic ion. So, this way these UV light transforms or converts the photo dissociation and photoionization. Now, let us take up the chemistry of stratosphere, which is nothing but the chemistry of stratosphere, which is mostly related to the ozone. How ozone is formed in this stratosphere, and what are the different type of activities that takes place there, and what are the different type of chemicals that are going to spoil the ozone layer or the depletion of ozone layer. These things we are going to discuss in detail here. And here, in addition to light gases, the upper atmosphere in the stratosphere, mostly it contains the triatomic oxygen, that is ozone. Ozone gets dissociated with the help of UV to be converted to the atomic oxygen and molecular oxygen O2. And here, how this ozone is formed in the stratosphere. This particular atomic oxygen, molecular oxygen O2, gets dissociated with the help of UV light to atomic oxygens like this, and these atomic oxygen combines with the molecular oxygen to give a triatomic oxygen ozone. This ozone is highly energized. This is high energized ozone is obtained, and this highly energetic ozone will again transform that energy to another different type of molecule X to become a neutral unenergized ozone molecule that exists in the stratosphere, and this particular X molecule will get the energy, and it is denoted with the X star. You see how the oxygen molecule that forms when ozone photo dissociates is available to start the ozone new cycle. Here this particular process is continuous. Ozone will be converted to oxygen, and oxygen is oxygen molecule, and the oxygen molecule is again converted back to this. This is a continuous process that takes place. Here in the you can see the ozone is again dissociated to molecular oxygen and then the diatomic oxygen, and a new cycle will follow from this. This is a cyclic process. And now let us see what are the different type of chemicals that spoils the the ozone layer, or the thickness, reduces the thickness of the ozone layer, or the ozone layer may get a hole with these type of chemicals. They mainly include the firefighting systems like halon, different type of firefighting systems which are already banned, and these chemicals are replaced by some other chemicals. And the air conditioning or the cooling systems, the chlorofluorocarbons, different type of chlorofluorocarbons are there, and these chlorofluorocarbons are again banned, and the substitutes for these type of chlorofluorocarbons are also come into existence. But because of the longer life of these chemicals, still some sort of the destruction is happening. The main prevention measures to stop this ozone depletion is refrigerant management plan and record of all the thickness, the periodical control of leaks, use of ODS of low warming potential. You see, these gases also causes some greenhouse gases also, we will discuss bit later. So by reducing the gases that are responsible for the ozone layer depletion are stopped, still lot of things, lot of different type of activities causes the ozone layer depletion. As I told you, the lifetime of these gases in the atmosphere of fluorochlorocarbons is several years, several hundreds of years. That is the main problem, how this is gets depleted. The ozone layer is going to be back to the level it was before 1980 until 2050. That means at 2050 we are going to a level of ozone layer thickness of 1980. So we are taking so much, destruction is very easy, whereas the restoration is very difficult. The ozone was compressed in normal conditions to temperature so and so, and then its thickness is reduced. And the next important air pollutant is the photochemical smog. This is again a very important part included in your portion, how the photochemical smog is formed in the atmosphere and how it is going to spoil the environment. Let us take up what are the different type of chemicals that are responsible for the formation of photochemical smog. They includes nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds VOC, and then the troposphere oxygen, and the last one is the peroxyacetyl nitrates. I told you this oxygen, if it is present in stratosphere, this is good, and the same ozone if it is present in the troposphere, it is a pollutant. If ozone is a pollutant as well as a protector. If ozone present in the troposphere is a pollutant, it causes and it makes the photochemical smog, and the same ozone if it is present in the stratosphere, it acts as a protector. And now let us see the generation mechanism of this photochemical smog. You see, the hydrocarbons and nitrogen oxides, when they are exposed to UV light, a photochemical reaction takes place. As they know, photo is a sunlight, photochemical, a chemical reaction takes place here, and ultimately we are going to get the ozone generated from this, and then the PAN, and then other oxidants. All the oxidants is nothing but the aldehydes and ketones are generated. This is the simple mechanism how this photochemical smog is formed in the atmosphere, and these are the sources how these different type of chemicals that are released into atmosphere and how it is being converted into photochemical smog. You see, this is the ultimate formation. These are the different type of hydrocarbons and then the nitrogen oxides which are released, and in presence of sunlight they are converted to, this is the photochemical smog. Again another pictorial representation related to this, a simple thing. Photochemical reaction, again you can see the hydrocarbons are being converted to these photochemical smog. This includes the PANs, peroxyethyl nitrate, and how it is formed, all those things. You see a very simple formation, again a pictorial representation of volcanic organic carbons. And now let us take up in brief related to the acid rain. I told you different type of sulfur oxides are present in the atmosphere. These sulfur oxides, when they combine with the these oxides, sulfur oxides, and of course nitrogen oxides, when they combine with the water, the atmospheric water, they form in the form of acid rain. These are the producers. Anthropogenic production is there, and these are the things. This is the natural way, and this is the receptors, again converted to dry deposition and then the wet depositions. And this is all about the acid rain, how the acid rain is formed. And we all know, right from your childhood you have been learning what are the different type of consequences that takes place due to the acid rain, and how the leaves and the plants are getting spoiled, and then the monuments are again getting spoiled with the acid rain and all those things. And we have learned recently, some years back, about the Taj Mahal being spoiled by acid rain. And of course, in brief, this particular one is included in your portion. The Bhopal gas tragedy, the worst of industrial disasters of its time, and it was occurred in 1984 December 3rd. It was happened in Bhopal, and the main gas that is responsible for this particular pollution tragedy is the methyl isocyanate, and this is the killer gas that was generated by union carbide. It was intended to prepare the pesticides, and these are the few pictures I have taken from the Bhopal gas tragedy, and these are the different type of things that happened in the disaster. Methyl isocyanate, these are the few properties related to the methyl isocyanate. And now with this I conclude the air pollution. Under the air pollution we have discussed different type of air pollutants, and then the sources of air pollution, and again the effects of air pollution, and then the impact of air pollution. What are the different type of methods to stop the air pollution? Thank you. Dear students, now we are going to discuss the third unit of your environmental chemistry, the paper 7B of your chemistry elective in semester 7. As you can see on the screen, the important the third unit, the important things that are included in your syllabus, the CBCS syllabus, different type of things. Unique physical and chemical properties of water, water quality and the criteria for finding water quality, and then the different type of parameters to explain the water quality, dissolved oxygen, biochemical oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demand, suspended solids, and then the total solids, total dissolved solid TDS, alkalinity, hardness of water, and these are the very important water quality parameters. And of course, converting the permanent hard water into soft water and the temporary hard water into soft water, eutrophication and its effects, physical principal waste water treatment, and then the industrial wastewater treatment. These are the things which we are going to take up in brief related to the water pollution. Let us take up few important things related to the water. 71% of surface of the water, surface of the earth is covered with water, and after 71% you find 97% is salt water, seawater, which is of no use. Only 3% of fresh water is available. Under again 3%, 87% is from underground and glaciers, and 13% surface water is which comes to 0.4% in total used as fresh water. This particular water can be used for all these purposes: domestic, industry, agriculture, recreation, safety and security, and all these things. And few more facts related to water. Our body contains 70% of water, and bones again 30 to 40%. Body functions, all these functions are happens with the water. And let us see how much quantity of water being used for domestic, industry and agriculture purpose around the globe. If you see in the world as a whole, agriculture consumes more quantity of water, and next comes this industry, and for the domestic very small percentage of water is available for this particular. The same is the scenario for rest of the continents also. And now let us take up the water pollution. What are the how the water gets polluted, and what are the different type of parameters that explains the pollution of water and all. Let us take up one after another in detail. The main important physical parameter is the suspended solids or the dissolved solids: color, taste, smell and temperature. These comes under physical properties. And then when coming to the chemical parameters, which includes the dissolved substances like dissolved oxygen, alkalinity, hardness, fluoride, heavy metals, organic compounds, nutrients in the form of nitrogen and phosphorus, pH, biochemical oxygen and demand, BOD, chemical oxygen and demand, COD. And in addition to this physical and chemical, you will have certain biological parameters which accounts for the quality of water. Source of water pollution. What are the different type of sources that are available for the pollution of water? These are the things you can see: agriculture, mining, industrialization, housing development and hydro dams. These are the few activities that spoils the water quality. How the clean water resources gets polluted? These are the few. I have given few: catchment areas, rivers, erosion of rivers, effluents from different type of industries, mining sites, effluents from industry, effluent from farming area and all. These are the different areas where the water gets polluted. As you can see, the major diseases, most of the diseases are waterborne diseases, water related diseases. The 5 important waterborne diseases we can name as cholera, diarrhea, malaria, typhoid and filariasis. And these are the very dangerous diseases that may cause to death even to the human beings if the water is not taken properly. And now let us take up the different type of parameters. I am going to explain one after another parameter in detail. Let us take up the pH. pH, how these things will affect the quality. Let us take up in detail now. Yes. The pH range should be 6.5 to 8. If it exceeds or if it decreases, it definitely spoils the quality of water. 6.5 to 8 is the preferred or the good range for pH range for good quality water. And the alkalinity also measures the quality of water. It is the main constituents is bicarbonates, carbonates and then the hydroxides. These are the sources. TDS, total dissolved solids, also accounts for the quality of water. And here you can see different type of TDS, how these TDS are formed and what are the sources for the TDS formation and how it is going to spoil the quality. Conductivity is again a very important parameter, and it is due to the different type of ions that are present in the water. Turbidity, again turbidity plays a very important role, and the turbidity is mainly due to algae, plankton, microbes and other substances. I have given few examples. Dissolved oxygen is a very important water quality parameter to survive the aquatic life. If the dissolved oxygen is less than 4 milligrams per liter, that is 4 ppm, the water is not supposed to be called as a good quality water. The dissolved oxygen is measured with the help of Winkler's method and all. And let us take up the another very important water quality parameter, the biochemical oxygen and demand. The biochemical oxygen and demand is again a function of dissolved oxygen. The biochemical oxygen and demand is which can be defined as the amount of oxygen consumed by microorganisms in decomposing organic matter in stream water. That is about the BOD, and BOD can be determined by different type of methods, and there in well sophisticated equipment is also available to determine the BOD. BOD is expressed in terms of temperature and the duration. And here again, high BOD means lot of microorganisms are present in the water to spoil the water quality, and obviously it consumes more quantity of oxygen, and thereby the dissolved oxygen will be reduced in the water, and then the water quality will be get reduced. And here the BOD sources, I have given few sources where the BOD is very high. These are the things that are responsible for increasing the biochemical oxygen demand. And the chemical oxygen demand, it can be defined, it is mainly estimated for the industrial water. It can be determined with the help of oxidizing the organic matter that is present in the sample. And organic matter oxidized with the help of potassium dichromate in presence of an acid, and it is converted to the carbon dioxide, water, and chromium plus 6 is reduced to chromium plus 3, and it is an oxidizing method, and it is titrated against to the ferrous ammonium sulfate, and thereby you will get the exact quantity of chemical oxygen demand that is present. And let us take up a very important water pollutant, that is the eutrophication. Eutrophication is nothing but over nutrition of ponds and rivers. That can happen with the help of the fertilizer runoff and other things that goes into the lakes and ponds, and thereby they get over nutrition, and lot of algae and other things will form, and the quality of water will decrease. Obviously the dissolved oxygen will be less, and this is the very simple explanation related to this. Addition of nitrates, that is we are over nutrishing the plants. Growth of plants takes place in the water, and the death of plants, and then the growth of bacteria will take place due to this, and it consumes more quantity of oxygen, and thereby the suffocation takes place, and the aquatic life will decrease. Here, before increases the nutrients, you see the plants and animals are free to move around, and then if eutrophication accelerates, the movement of the fishes and all these things will reduced by the growth, and then obviously this particular phytoplankton will increase, the fish will die. I have given few things related to the water quality, and you have been learning this water pollution and the water quality parameters and all this right from your this thing. This particular environmental chemistry is comparatively bit easy and very easy to understand and very easy to score the marks also. So in this I have taken up what is water, and what are the different type of things that determines the quality of water, and what are the different type of parameters that determines the quality of water. That may be a physical parameter or a chemical parameter or a biological parameter. We have discussed few parameters related to this, and of course we have taken up the eutrophication also in detail. Thank you.
Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with in C programming language which are the different naming notations you have. Which are the naming notations are there in C programming language. What is meant by naming notations? Which are the different type of definitions you have in the C programming language. While working of C programming language, which is the first naming notation you have? Variable. What is meant by variable? Every programming, if I want to store the value, variable to be created. Every variable is user defined. The variable is called as which can store the value in the memory. Which can store the value in the memory, which is user defined, which can variate the value. That is called as variable. What is one more type of naming notation you have? Array will be there. In C programming language you have the array. What is meant by array? Array called as one variable can store many type of elements. One variable can store many elements, but all elements should be similar type of elements. Array is nothing but collection of homogeneous elements or similar type of elements. What is the importance of array? One variable can keep many values. Instead of one variable, instead of many variables, you can create array and you keep the values. And one more advantage of array, all elements are stored continuous memory allocations. All elements are stored into continuous memory addresses. What is one more type of naming notation you have? That is called as function you have. Function. What is meant by function? Function called as it's a named block. Function is a named block. A self-contained block. Using one name, set of code can be compiled. Function called as named block. Using one name, set of code can be compiled. A function is a predefined process. Set of statements can be compiled with a single name, the name called as function. Every function you have three steps are there. Like already I discussed the user defined function, function declaration, function calling, function definition. Function declaration before main function to announce the function. Declare the function before main. If I want to call the function inside main to call the function. Once you are called the function now, to make a body of the function. What actually function does? That should be explained on function definition. Function definition after the main. Declaration part is before main, calling part is inside main, definition is after the main. What is one more type of naming notation you have? Structure is there. Structure also one more type of naming notation. What is meant by structure? Structure called as a collection of different type of elements. Array is nothing but collection of similar type of elements. Structure is nothing but collection of different type of elements. Structure also called as collection of heterogeneous elements. Heterogeneous called as different type. Homogeneous called as same type. What is one more type of name? Structure is a user defined data type. Union also user defined data type. What is one more type of naming notation you have? Pointer will be there. Pointer, it is also called as naming notation. What is meant by pointer? Pointer called as to find address of the variable or address of the value. In your compiler memory which can store the value address can be found out with the help of pointers. Using pointers only you can point out the address, value address or variable address. These are the most important naming notations in the C programming language. if you want to understand of the C programming data structures, if you want to learn the C programming data structures, before learning of data structure, the complete C language naming notations is very important. When you perfect of these naming notations, then only you can understand C language applications. Using C programming, which are the applications can be developed, those are developed based on the data structures. Now, in the market, C programming projects related to the data structures. If you want to develop any C language projects, must and should you have to learn about data structures. The data structures are related these naming notations. Whenever you perfect of these naming notations, then you can understand data structure very easily, you can understand, and you can develop the apps with the help of C program. Now, I want to discuss about briefly about these naming notations in the C programming language, which is already you learn, that I want to review of these notations. Now, see that the first one is called as variable. Variable is nothing but which can store the value and which you can maintain the value. What is the definition of variable? It is a user defined word. Variable called as, it's a user defined word. Keyword is nothing but author defined. Variable is nothing but user defined, which can store the value, in memory. If I want to store the value in the memory, that is called as variable. It is a user defined word which can store the value in memory. That name is called as variable. Where you can store the value, that memory hole is called as variable. Every variable, when I define the variable, every variable to make some rules. If I want to make a variable, some rules to be followed. Variable naming rules. Variable name to make some rules. What are the rules you have for the variable name? Every variable name, what is the rule number 1? Every variable name, minimum first letter starts with the alphabet. The variable name, first letter starts with the alphabet or underscore. Either alphabet can start or underscore can start. Like you see some example, how to define the variable data type, integer, character, float, string. Variable name is x. Suppose my name is x. In this statement, x is a variable, int is a data type. X is our defined name, variable, int is a data type. Every variable name, first letter starts with the, alphabet or underscore. What is my variable name? I used x, SNO. In this name, first letter is alphabet, that rule to be followed. First letter cannot start the digits. First letter cannot start the special symbols. First letter must and should start the alphabet. Either underscore also allowed. What is the one more rule? Every variable name minimum, one character length, every variable name maximum 127 characters length. Minimum 1 character should be there, maximum 127 characters. Suppose example, int I want to create marks. Now this variable name length 5 letters. This length of variable name 5 letters. Single letter also allowed. Minimum 1 letter, maximum 127. What is one more rule of you have? Every variable name in between special symbols not allowed. What is mean by special symbol? Hash, space, dot, like that you have many special symbols, except underscore symbol is allowed, hyphen symbol also allowed. Underscore symbol is allowed, hyphen symbol also allowed. You see, suppose one example I used, int s underscore no, it is valid. Suppose if I used int s dot no, it is invalid because of its special symbol. Dot is a special symbol. Special symbol which are allowed, underscore is allowed, hyphen also allowed. Dot, space, hash, at the rate, those are not allowed. That is a rule of one more variable rule. What is one more rule you have? Every variable name must be unique name, in declaration. While declaration of variable, the name should be unique name. You see some example, int x comma y. Now this is valid. X is a variable, y is a variable, both are integers types, both are different names. If I define int x comma x, it is invalid. It is shown the error because of both are same names. Every variable name must be unique name. There is no duplicate variables. Same variable again and again you can't declare in the declaration type. What is one more rule? Every variable name must be user defined word. Every variable name must be user defined word. Keywords as a variable name not allowed. Keywords as variable name not allowed. That is also error. Keyword as a variable. You see some example, int what is my variable name? Variable name is if. If is a keyword. Under C programming dictionary, if is a keyword. Keyword is nothing but author defined word. Author defined word cannot make as a variable. Author defined word, that should be our defined any name. If I use f, it is valid. If I use I, that is valid. If I use if is a keyword, it is invalid. These are the rules to be followed for variable making rules. What is the definition of variable? Variable called as which can store the value in the memory. You can store the value in the compiler memory. Wherever store the value, the name called as variables. Variable names are user defined words. Every variable name to make a rule, what are the rules to be followed? Every variable name first letter starts with alphabet or underscore. Every variable name minimum 1 character length should be followed. Maximum 127 characters should be followed. Every variable name in between special symbols not allowed. Hash, at the rate, underscore is allowed, hyphen is allowed. Every variable name must unique name in the declaration type. There is no duplicates. Every variable name must be user defined word. Keywords as a variable names not allowed. Keyword as a variables. This is a one naming discussion in the C programming language. That means what? Just now I discussed with variable discussion. Variable I completed. Mostly every C programming I used the variables. If I want to store any value, compulsory variable to be declared. If I want to store the student marks, integer variable. If I want to store the student names, character array, string to be stored. If you want to store the attendance, attendance is a variable, float type. If I want to store the double, long float. Every C programming variable compulsory to use, which can store the value. What is the reason of variables? In compiler memory where you store the value, the name is called as variables. But variables are user defined or author defined? User defined. Variables are strictly user defined, that is not author defined. Which words are author defined? Those are called as keywords. Those are not variables. Variables are user defined, keywords are author defined. Every variable, how many values can store? Single value. Once you declare the variable, you can store only single value. If I want to store the variable multiple values, one naming declaration, multiple values to be allowed. What is one more type of process you have? Array. Array is a naming notation. What is meant by array? One variable can store many values. If I created integer array, all elements are integers. If I created character array, all elements are characters. It's a string. If I store the float array, all elements are decimals. What makes a difference of variable and array? Variable can store single value. Array can be stored multiple values. What are the types of array you have? Single dimensional array, two dimensional array. Single dimensional array called as one row or one column. Two dimensional array called as multiple rows, multiple columns. Two dimensional array also called as array of arrays. What is the drawback of array here? Once I define the size, you can't increase the size of array, you can't decrease the size of array. Array advantage, one variable can store many elements. But what is the drawback of array? Once I define the array size, you can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. Array is a static memory data type. What is meant by static memory data type? Once I fix the size, design type, you can't allocate the memory at execution time, you can't allocate. That is the reason array is a static memory data type. The drawback of array, fixed size. One more drawback of array, one variable can store same type of elements. It cannot be store different type of elements, same type of elements. Array, how to recognize? Square bracket. Which variable you have square bracket? The variable treated as arrays. If you have one square bracket, single dimensional array. If you have two square brackets, two dimensional array or multi-dimensional array. Single square bracket indicates single dimensional array. Two square brackets indicates two or multi-dimensional array. You see that now already I discussed and what is the definition for arrays. Just array definition and syntax. You see that what is next one more type of naming notation you have, array. Array is a collection of similar type of elements or homogeneous elements. Similar type of elements or homogeneous elements store multiple values. Store multiple values. Every array index value starts from 0 to size minus 1. If you want to read the array elements, how to read that array elements? First element started with 0 index, last element end with the size minus 1. Array is a fixed type of memory. Array is a fixed type of memory process. It's a fixed type. User cannot increase or decrease the size. And how to make, what are the array process? Array process is similar to matrices. Similar to matrices, you have to make of that arrays. Single dimensional matrix, two dimensional matrix. You see the syntax of array, data type, array name, square bracket. It indicates a single dimensional array, one square bracket, and you can enter the elements also. You can enter the elements. Within that you can mention the size. This is for size. What is one more type of array? Data type, array name, that is also array. Data type, array name, RS. RS for row size, CS for column size. RS for row size, CS for column size. Open the flower braces and mention the first row elements, comma. Again open the flower braces and you can mention the second row elements like this, many rows. Based on our sizes, many rows, based on our sizes. You see that one example, how it is working of that array, one simple example. What is the syntax and example? int I want to define marks. Marks is a array 4. In this statement, marks is a array name, 4 is a size. But these all marks are which type of marks? Integer marks, integers. I want to store the integer marks 100, 20, 50, 40. How to read off the first mark? Marks of 0. If I want to read the first mark in the array, marks of 0 index. If I want to read the last mark, marks of 3. Marks of 3. It's called as last mark, it will be read. If I want to go for 2-dimensional array, int I used marks. Here I used 2 students, each student 3 marks. Now this is 2-dimensional array. What is the meaning of that? 2 arrays or 2 rows. 2 arrays or 2 rows. Each array 3 elements, 3 marks. 2 students, 3 marks. Totally how many elements? 2 into 3, 6 elements. Now I want to enter the first student mark 45, 55, 65. Next I want to read the second student mark 35, 67, 89. Totally 6 elements. If I want to read the first student first mark, how to refer? I mean first row, first element 0, 0. First row, first element, how to read of that? 0, 0. First row, first element. If I want to read the first row, second element, how to read that? 0, 1. First row, second element. If I want to read the first student, third mark, 0, 2. If I want to read the second student, first mark, second student, first mark, marks of 1, 0. Marks of 1, 0. Similarly, remaining also, based on the index. This is now here this is single dimensional array, this is 2-dimensional array. But whenever I mention the size, if I mention the 4 elements only you can enter, 5th element cannot be entered because my size is fixed. If I enter 2 by 3 size, 6 elements only you can enter, you can't enter more than that, it is shown error. And one more is, suppose if I mention int marks of 100, my array size is marks, integer type, 100 size. If I mention 100 size, if I mention the 100 size, you can enter 0 to 99 index. Suppose I enter 10, 20, 30, only 3 elements I enter. Actual size 100, but I enter only 3 elements. What is the problem at that time? Memory wastages. Every mark integer 2 bytes memory allocated. Each integer 2 bytes, 100 means 100 into 2, 200 bytes. 200 bytes memory allocated. Within the 200 bytes, 6 bytes used. 6 bytes of memory used, remaining bytes memory wastage. Remaining bytes allocation memory will be wastage. That is the problem of array. Now these are integer arrays. If I want to create character array, char, what is my name of array? Grades. Name of array grades. 4 grades. I want to enter for 4 grades. A grade, B grade, C grade, D grade. 4 student grades. This is character array or string. How to read the first grade value? Grades of 0. If I want to read for the second grade value, how to read that? Grades of 1. Similarly, to read of that, how to read the last value? Grades of 3. But every character array, one more extra character filled by compiler. Every character array. Grades of 4. I mean 5th letter, which will be filled \0. It is called as null, \0. Finally, what is my conclusion? Every character array index started from 0 ends with size -1 plus extra character, which is extra character \0. Null indicates it is termination of your character array. This is also called as string. character array or string, both are same. How to define that string? Char grades of 4 equal to double quotes A, B, C, D. Now this can be mentioned character array elements also, character array also, or you can mention as string also, both are same. String mentioned on double quotes, character array single quotes. Every string terminated by which character? Extra character \0, its extra character you have, null. That is a completely discussion about array process, array to be naming notation. Finally, what is the meaning of array? Array called as one variable can store different type of elements or same type of elements. Array is nothing but one name can store the similar type of elements, many elements. Every array index value started from 0 to size -1. Array types are there. Single dimensional array indicates one row or one column. Two dimensional array indicates multiple rows, multiple columns. Array, how to recognize? Square brackets. Using square bracket you can denote the arrays. Whenever you go for arrays, what are the drawback of array? Array is a static memory data type. What is meant by static memory data type? Once you fix the size, you can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. One more problem of array, same type of elements only you can store. One variable can store same type of elements. It is not stored for different type of elements. What is the advantage of array? Easy to access the many elements, list of elements. Integer arrays you have, character arrays you have, float elements you have. What is one more type of naming notation in C programming language? Function to be discussed. Function. What is meant by function? Function called as, it's a named block. Function is a named block. Using one name, set of code can be compiled, which is already compiled code that can be stored with a single name, the name called as function. Function called as named block or self-contained block. Self-contained block. In single name, set of code can be compiled. Every C program, which function is compulsory? Main function. Every C program, the last all programs I discussed, started header files, after that main function, void main. Every C program main function is a mandatory function, compilation begins. Your C program compilation started at main. User defined function may be create, may not be create. What is the reason of function? Why you have to create the functions? What is the reason of functions? Suppose same set of code, many areas to call. I am calculated addition of two numbers. I am calculated addition of two numbers. My input is two numbers, my answer is one answer. But the same formula I want to run off many times. I want to input many numbers and many additions. Many numbers I want to input and I am expecting many results. Reusability purpose. What is the major advantage of function? Reusability. Same set of code, many areas you want to run. Then you can prefer the functions. And the functions, one more advantage, secured. Function can be secure, code can be secure. Generally, whenever you create the function, calling inside the main. Through the main you can call the function, the body is somewhere. The function can be called multiple times. One function can be accessed multiple times. Definition should be once, but the calling is many times. And the user defined functions are three types are there. No return, no arguments. No return with arguments. With return, with arguments. Functions are classified into two types, predefined, user defined. Predefined function means which function already defined by author? With the help of header files, with the help of library files, those are already created. Printf function, scanf function. Mostly every C program printf and scanf. Scanf is a input the data, read the data from the keyboard. Printf is to get the output or to get the information through monitor. Scanf is a input function, printf is a output function. Both are already predefined by C language author. With the help of which header file? stdio.h. Clear screen function, getch function, those are available on conio.h. Console input and out. Some more function you have: square root, power, seal, math.h. String length, string upper, string lower, string.h. malloc, calloc, free, alloc.h. Exit function, stdlib.h. Now, which are the important file handling functions, file handling libraries? stdio.h, conio.h, math.h, stdlib.h, alloc.h, ctype.h, ms.h, graphics.h, many headers. But mostly frequently used headers stdio, conio. Because of stdio reason of printf, scanf. Conio header reason is clear screen, getch. How to create a user defined function? 3 steps are there: declaration of function, calling of the function, definition of the function. Why you have to create the user defined function? What is the need of functions? Anyway, author already defined some function, you can use of that functions, but why you have to create that functions? Sometimes same code, same formula, same expression, many areas to be run. Repetition of code can be avoided. Either same formula or same function or same expression, many areas no need to write. Just one time you create the formula, that can be called many areas. Possible with function. Reusability. Security also there. Security. I mean, inside function variables are separate, outside function variables are separate. Inside function variables are local variables, outside function variables are global variables. Local variable can access only local. Global variable can access on entire program anywhere. Which variable created inside the block? Local. Which variable created outside the block? Global. Local variable means inside the function, inside the block. Global variable outside the block, outside the function to be used. And one more is, one more advantage of functions, easier maintenance. The code can be easy. And functions also called as subprograms. Subprograms. Every program main is a function, but separately you created a function that is calling through main. Separate functions you created that is calling to main. Easy to maintain the code. And functions are modularity. What is meant by modularity? Heavy lines of code. Suppose my program 100 lines program. 100 lines program at a time to be compiled, it's very difficult. In my program 1000 lines. 1000 lines maintenance very difficult. You can write the program, you can compile it, you can run it, you can get the answer. But what is the problem of this? The readability is very difficult. 1000 lines readability very difficult. 1000 lines compilation very difficult. At that time that can be splitting into a small piece of coding. You can divide into small piece of coding. It is called as functions. If I have 1000 lines, first 100 lines one function, next 100 lines another function, next 100 lines another function, like that you want to split. You want to split off that functions. Subprograms, or you can that is also called as modules. One more advantage, portability. What is meant by portability? Easy to move one program function to another program. In one program you created one function, same function I want to access to another program. Easy to move on. These are the major advantages of functions in C programming language. Which are the advantages? You have reusability and code clarity, easier maintenance, the code is easy to maintain, modularity, heavy lines of code splitting into small piece of code, portability, easy to move one machine to another machine, and one more advantage, extendability. One day you make a function code, you can extend any day, you can add the lines, modify the lines. That is the reason go for functions. What are the user defined function types? No return, no arguments. No return means void. No argument means you are not pass any values. Second one is no return with arguments. Void with argument means some value to pass, integer, character. Third type of function is no with return with arguments. With the return type. Suppose you are adding two numbers. Once you are add the two number, your result is which data type? Integer. You are passed the inputs, after processing you are expected some answer, output, return back. After processing of value, you want to return back the value, that is called as return type. But these all function created with three steps: declaration, calling, definition. Declaration before main, calling is inside main, execution is after main. That is also one more naming notation. You see that I want to create with a naming notation function. The third one is function. What is meant by function? Indicates here, function is a predefined program. Function is a predefined program or named block. Named block which is evaluated specific expression, which is evaluated specific expression or list of expressions. List of expressions. Every function identifies with which symbol? Brackets. Every function recognized with brackets. Wherever you have the brackets, those are functions. Wherever you identify these brackets, those are functions. Wherever you identify the square brackets, those are arrays. Wherever you identify this bracket, functions. It's a naming of function. Every function identified this. Which are the user defined function? User defined function types you have. No return, no arguments. User defined function types. No return, no arguments, no values. No return means void. No return with arguments. You want to pass some values. One more is with return with arguments. You want to pass some values. With return type and arguments. Suppose if I want to create no return, no arguments. What is the syntax of no return, no arguments? Void. Void called as no return. And function name. Function name is our defined. Function name. No arguments. You are not pass any values. This step is declaration step. This step is called as declaration of function. This is called as function declaration you have. Next I want to use with inside of main call the function. Inside of main you want to call the function name of the function to be invite. This step is called as which step you can call? Calling the function, calling of the function. After main to be explain whatever function you are already declared. After main to be explain the function whatever already declared. This step is called as what? Definition, function definition. Inside of that some set of statements, the body of the statements. The body of the statements block. Now this is called as function declaration step before main. Before main to be declare the function, inside of main to invite the function, it is calling. After main to be explain the function, the body of the function, definition. Many times you can call it of this, like you see if I use void, display is my function, display no arguments. Now inside of this is declaration step. Now I want to create with main, void main. Inside of main I want to call the display function, our defined function. Many times I want to call the function. Finally get ch to end of the main. Now this display function is our defined, user defined. Which I want to display? Void display. I want to display no arguments. I want to display something, any symbols. Something, any symbols I want to display, or something, any pattern I want to display. This function is no arguments. No return, no arguments. While creation of this program, first started for main. Compilation begins at main. In that main, display function is calling. It is directly jumping to their subprogram and body will be executes. After that it will be called to back again main. Again display function is coming to here and body will be execute, come back to main. Get ch means to end of the main program. Finally here display function how many times calling? 2 times, and the body of statement will be executed. But this is no return, no arguments function. No return with argument function also run, with return with argument function also run. Already I discussed that syntaxes. Now today I want to stop these, the naming notations I discussed. Which are the naming notations in C programming language? Which are the names used in the C program, like variables, variable name, arrays, how to define the array, and how to define the function, it is also named notation. Structure, how to create user defined data types, that is structure. How to define one more user defined type? Unions. What is the last one naming notation? Pointers, how to keep the value based on the address. These are very important entire C program. Whenever you finish off these naming notations, then I start for data structure programs. How to create your data with the help of different structures. In the next session, I can continue different type of naming conventions or naming notations. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with naming notations. The last sessions also I discussed some naming notations we have. Which are the naming notations are there in C programming language? Variable, arrays and functions, structures, union and pointers. What is meant by naming notations? In C programming, whatever name I created, that is recognized with which purpose? Naming notation called as which is the name you created in the C program, that is recognized with which purpose? Variable I discussed. Variable is nothing but which can store the value, which can manage the value, which can manipulate the value. Array called as it's one variable to store multiple elements. A collection of elements stored with a single variable is called as array. All array elements are stored continuous memory allocations. Every array index value started from 0 to size minus 1. If I want to read the array elements, started with 0, ending with the size minus 1. Now the array same type of elements only stored. And one more problem of array, it is a fixed size. Once you create the size, you can't change the elements, which is already created array. Once you create the size, that is fixed, you can't change the sizes. You can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. And what is one more type of naming notation I discussed? Function. What is meant by function? Function called as, it's a named block. It's a predefined program. Using some name, set of statements can be compiled. With help of one name, set of expressions or set of statements can be compiled. That is called as function. Every function recognized with a name and arguments. What are the types of functions? User defined functions, no return, no arguments, no return called as void, no argument called as you are not pass any values. Second category of function, no return with arguments. You want to pass some value through the function. Third type of function called as with return with arguments. You are input some arguments, but after processing you are expected some return type. That is called as with return with arguments. Now today I want to discuss with the remaining naming notations, which is one more naming notation you have, structure. Structure you have one more naming notation, structure. A structure called as user defined data type. It is a collection of different type of elements. It is stored with a single variable, different type of elements. The structure elements are called as members. Whatever elements you created in the structure, those elements called as members. Every structure created with a struct keyword. Using struct keyword, you can define the structure. Once you declare the structure, ended with a semicolon. Structure declaration ends with semicolon. Every structure, different type of data members can be maintained. The declaration ends with a semicolon. Structure variable called as tag name. Whenever you create one structure, the structure elements have to access with the help of tag name. If you want to access the data elements of structure, dot operator to be used. Dot is nothing but the elements can be accessed with the help of process or with the help of data members. Now the structure is a user defined data type. It's a collection of different type of elements. Structure and array, what is the difference? Array also you can store the different array also you can store the elements, structure also you can store the elements. But array stored a similar type of elements, structure stored a different type of elements. Array can be stored only single similar type of elements, but structure can be stored different type of elements. Array identified with a square bracket. Structure identified with a tag name and a declaration of many elements. Now see that how it is working of structure, what is the need of structure. You see that what is the definition of structure and how it is working of that. Structure, it is a user defined data type. It's user created type. Which are the built-in types? Integers, characters, floats, double, long int, other defined, but the structure is user defined, our own creation. It is a collection of different type of elements. It's collection of different type of elements or heterogeneous elements. Heterogeneous called as different type, homogeneous called as same type. It is used to access all values with a single record, all values with a single record, with single record name to access. It is created with a struct keyword. If I want to create the structure with the help of struct keyword, it is accessed with the data members. It is accessed with the data members. Whatever the members created on structure, those are called as data members. Now see, structure members are called as data members. Structure members, whatever members you created in structures, structure members called as data members. Data members, those are different members. And every structure variable, whatever structure you created, the variable called as tag name, the variable name called as tag name or thread name. Structure variable called as tag name or thread name. Structure declaration ends with a semicolon. Declaration ends with a semicolon. Every structure ends with a semicolon. Declaration closed by semicolon. Now see, structure elements accessed, whatever elements you created in structure, whatever data members you created in structure, structure elements access with the dot operator, period operator. It is called as dot operator or period operator. You see that what is meant by structure? It is a user defined data type, UD type, user defined, our own creation. It is a collection of different type of elements. When you go for array, it is a collection of similar type of elements, but in the structure different type of elements. It is used to access the all values with a single record. I mean, using one record only you can access all type of elements. It is created with a struct keyword. Struct is a keyword. Structure member called as data members. Structure members or elements called as data members. Every structure variable, whatever variable you created for structure, that variable called as tag name or thread name. Structure declaration end with a semicolon. With semicolon should end with structure. How to access the structure elements, whatever structure you define, how to access of that, dot operator to use or period operator. You see the syntax of structure, how to create struct, name of the structure, struct name. This is called as declaration part starts, data type element 1 and one more is another data type element 2, like this, different type of elements. Every structure declaration ended with semicolon. This step is called as structure declaration. This step is structure declaration. Inside of main function, call the structure variable. Inside of main, structure name, whatever name you created, the structure what to be mentioned, tag name. Tag name. Now this tag name called as structure variable. Once you create the tag name, you can enter the values, any type of values, different type of values. How to access that structure elements? Accessing of structure elements. Tag name dot element 1 equal to value. Dot operator to be used. Now this step is called as structure declaration. Inside main, when I declare the variable, it is called as structure calling. Structure calling. Declaration will be there, calling will be there. Struct name, tag name. How to access those values? Tag name dot element 1 equal to value. Now this is the syntax of structure. Like see, suppose I want to create one simple structure. You see the example, suppose if I want to create with one simple structure, what is my structure? Students. I want to define the details about students. If I want to create the students details, what are the elements required? What are the data members? Every student, how to recognize? How to recognize? Student number or roll number. What is the second element I want to recognize? That student name. What is my third element I want to refer? What is my request? Student is a structure. I want to create serial number element, student name and marks. These are called as what? Data members. What I created, these are called as data members. These are the data members or data elements. These are the data members. Which are the data members I created? Serial number, student name and marks. Now for these data members, if I go for serial number which type of data member? Integer type of member. If I want to create with serial number, what type of member? Student name. What type of member? Marks. What type of member? Serial number is an integer type. Integer means 2 bytes memory. Student name is a character type. Character means each character 1 byte. Marks is a float type, 4 bytes. Now these all 3 different type of elements stored under students. Serial number integer type, student name character string, marks. These all are the different type of elements that is stored on structure. Structure indicates you can store different type of elements. Different type of elements can be stored under structure. Now that is each element different memory addresses created, different memory addresses created. Suppose serial number, what is my value? 10, serial number 10, student name, something name, XYZ, and student marks I used 45. But these all elements stored at a different address. Serial number integer, how much memory creates? If I mention the serial number, 2 bytes memory creates. And for the student name, how much memory? If it is string, 20 character string suppose. If I use 20 character means 20 bytes. If the marks float means here I used suppose 4 bytes. Totally this structure 2 plus 20 plus 4, 26 bytes memory creates. How to create of this complete structure? How to create this complete structure in C programming language? How to define this student structure? You see that based on the syntax, struct. How to create the structure? Struct student. Struct students. Student is my name of structure. Maybe student details or employee details or customer details or item details based on our requirement, based on our business logics. Int student number, character student name, it's a string size, float I want to define as marks. Every structure declaration ends with semicolon. Inside main function to call the structure. Struct, what is my name of structure? Students, what is my variable? Tag name, S1. Now in this statement, struct is a keyword. Struct is a keyword, student is a students. Students is a name of structure, what you declare. S1 is a variable for the students. It's a tag name. Under S1, serial number 1, integer, student name, Guna, string, and student marks, 56, it's a float. Now these are the 3 categories of element, 3 types of element, 56.5 suppose, this is float, 3 categories of elements stored into S1. Now I want to print off these details. How to print that? Printf, serial number equal to %d, it's integer. How to print? S1 dot SNO. S1 called as tag name or student 1, serial number. I want to print the student name. Student name equal to %s, string. S1 dot S name. It is called as name prints. S1 student name. If I want to print with marks, %f, I want to print S1 dot marks like this. Finally, what is my conclusion? In this example program, students structure created with serial number, student name, marks. These are the different type of elements. S1 is a tag name or variable of students, 1 student access. In this S1, 3 elements are there, 1 Guna 56.5. Using dot operator you can print the elements. Suppose I want to create another student, comma S2. S1 for indicate one student details. If I created same student structure S2, S2 for another student. For S2 also you can enter the number, name, marks. If I want to create another student S3, totally for student structure 3 students. Each student number, name and marks. But instead of this many student variables, just you can refer structure with array, structure with array. What is the difference of S and S of 3? If I put S1, only one student. If I put S of 3, square bracket 3, it is called as structure with array. Each student number, name, marks, like that how many students? 3 students. Whenever structure with array, index value starts from 0, index ended with size minus 1, index plus plus with index variable to read. Finally, what is the reason of structure? Why you have to use for the structures? What is the usage of structure now? Structure called as, it's a user defined data type. It's a collection of different type of elements with single variable, and a structure created with a struct keyword, structure declaration end with a semicolon, structure variables called as tag names or thread name, structure elements how to access, dot operator, single dot. If you want to describe the student details, student structure, student ID, student name, marks. If I want to describe the employee details, employee ID, employee name, employee marks. If I want to describe the bank customer details, bank customer, account number, customer name, date of deposital, type of account, like that any details can be stored with the help of structures. If I want to create structure with array, same structure can access multiple records. That is the reason of structures. Under naming notations of C programming language, similar to structure, one more notation also there. Similar to structure, one more notation, it is called as union. You see that union? Union also one more naming notation. It is also user defined data type. It is also user defined data type. It is similar to structure. It is similar to structure. It is created with the union keyword. Structure created with struct keyword, but it is created union keyword. It is also collection of different type of elements. Collection of different type of elements. Different type of elements can be collected here, union also, with a single address. Union indicates collection of different elements stored with single address. Combination, all elements stored at single address. Structure means different type of elements stored at a different address, but this is single address, that is different address. That is only main difference. Union declaration ends with a semicolon. Union declaration also ends with a semicolon. Union variable is called as tag name. Union variable also called as tag name. Union variable also tag name. Union elements how to access? Union element access with the dot operator, using dot operator to access the union elements. Now see, compare to structure, what is the difference? Structure, each element separate memory allocates, but union all element at a single address. How it is decided? Which is the highest memory allocation? In that only all elements stored. Highest memory allocation. It is basically used, for memory saving. Compare to structure, memory saving purpose. But in this, one element at a time enter. Every union at a time one element can enter. In this one element only at a time can enter. one element only at a time can enter this, only one element. Now you see, whenever you created with union, union also dot operator to be accessed. Now you see the syntax of union. How to create union? Union name, union name, data type element 1, data type 2 element 2, collection of different type of elements. Union declaration also ends with semicolon. Structure declaration also ends with semicolon. Union declaration also ends with semicolon. Structure also collection of different type of elements. Union also collection of different type of elements. Union keyword. Inside of main to call the union. Union name, original name, tag name, original name, tag name. Tag name called as variable of union. Here also, but in this location you can store at a time one element. At a time one value only you can store. Tag name dot element 1 equal to value. At a time one element only store. All elements cannot store. You see the make difference of union. If I go for structure here, student structure, suppose in the student structure, suppose serial number stored at 65500, suppose serial number address. What is the next element address? 65502, next element address. If I go for third element address 65522, I mean 20 bytes difference. Now in this structure, you observe what is the ampersand. Ampersand means address. Ampersand SNO. Ampersand SNO equal to 65500, suppose 65500. Ampersand SNAME equal to 65502, 2 bytes difference. Ampersand marks equal to 65522, 20 bytes difference. Serial number separate address and student name separate address and marks are separate address. Coming to the union, these all elements, when I am working with the union, these all elements stored with a single address. These all elements not stored with a different address, these all elements stored with only single address. Which address only it will be stored? Here, which is highest memory? Student name 20 bytes, this is highest memory. In that address only all will be storing. But at a time single element only storing. At a time single element. You see that? Coming to the union, the same process. Coming to the union. If I go for union, how it is stored? Check it. Union. How it is use of that union? How it is process? How it is process of union here? First it is taken to the serial number. Serial number it will be stored. Union serial number it will be stored. Serial number. After that it is stored with the student name. After that it is stored with the marks. Whenever I created union, these are like horizontally it will be stored in the physically. Now this is for serial number location, this is for student name storage purpose, this is for mark storage purpose. When I use with unions, serial number, student name and marks, all elements stored with a single address. Which address, how it is decided? Serial number integer 2 bytes, student name 20 bytes because string, and marks are 4 bytes. In this 3 element which is highest memory, in that address only all elements are sharing. In that address, I mean 502. 65,502 is the name address. In this address only all element will be storing or sharing. In this address first storing 10, serial number storing. Whenever I store the serial number, student name cannot be stored. Initially I am storing 10, at that time student name cannot store. If I enter the name, serial number cannot be there. Serial number will be erased. If I enter the name, serial number value will be erased. Instead of serial number only, the 10 will be stored. Whenever if I enter the third one, suppose if I enter the third one is marks 56, I am entering suppose 56 any mark. If I use with 56 mark, it is stored. If I use with 56, at that time this name is not stored, that will be erased, the name is not stored. Finally, which element is stored? 56, that is only you can retrieve. Now here union means how much memory created? Total memory for union 20 bytes only created. If I go for structure, total memory 2 plus 20 plus 4, 26 bytes memory. Finally, structure means 26 bytes, union means 20 bytes. 6 bytes memory saved compared to this 6 bytes saved memory. Saved memory 6 bytes. That is a major difference between the structures and unions, and storage is same. Now you see that what is the discussion about the union? Union called as what? Union also user defined data type. It is similar to structure. Union is similar to structure here. It is also a collection of different type of elements, single address. Using one address only collection of elements are stored. Structure means each element stored at a different address. Union declaration ends with semicolon. Structure declaration also ends with semicolon. Union elements accessed with the dot operator. Structure elements also accessed with the dot operator. Union at a time one element only stored, but structure at a time all elements can be stored. Structure memory bytes are wastage. Union memory bytes can be saved. But anyway, both are user defined data types. The work is same. And what is one more type of naming notation you have? Pointer will be discussion. Pointer. Pointer is a naming notation. What is meant by pointer? Pointer is nothing but point out the value address. Pointer is nothing but address of given variable value. Pointer is nothing but point out the address of given variable value. Every pointer value stored, the value stored based on address, only stored. Every pointer variable address will be stored. Normal variable address is stored every pointer. Now for the pointer main usage to allocate memory dynamically. Using pointers to allocate memory dynamically. What is meant by dynamically? Execution time you can create the memory. After usage of that, destroy the memory. Memory dynamically called as runtime with help of pointers. And one more is using pointers, memory bytes can be saved with the help of pointers. After usage, memory can be erased. And one more is how much memory completed, how much memory free. You can identify total memory holes. But while working of pointer, three symbols very important while working of pointers. Ampersand symbol. What is the ampersand symbol? Indicates address of variable. While working of pointer, three very important symbols to be understood. Ampersand called as address of variable, star called as pointer variable, value at address of. I want to find out the value based on address. One more is double star. What is meant by double star? Indicates here value at address of. It's a double point. While working of pointer, three symbol is major important symbols. Ampersand address of variable, star indicates pointer, it's a value at address of, star indicates double pointer, value at address of. How to create the pointers in the C programming language? How to declare the pointers? Data type. How to declare the pointers? Data type. Now here if I use normal variable comma star ptr1, it's a pointer variable. One more is star ptr2, it's a another pointer variable. In this declaration, variable 1 is a normal variable, general variable to store value. Now this is pointer variable to keep the address of other variables. Normal variable just keep the value. Pointer variable keep the address of that another variable. Double pointer can keep the address of pointer variable. Pointer variable can keep the address of variable. Double pointer can keep the address of pointers. Now in this notation, you when you define the pointer variable, pointer 1 equal to ampersand variable 1. What is the mean that pointer variable equal to address of another variable. One more variable pointer 2, it's a double pointer equal to address of pointer 1. Pointer 1 address copy to pointer 2 and variable address copy to the pointer 1. 3 variables it will be declared. You see some example here, you see the example int, integer. Now I want to declare x. X is a normal variable. Suppose x equal to 10. X is a normal, store with 10. Star y, it's called as pointer. Every pointer variable how to declare, before variable star symbol, star indicates. Next is star z, it's a double pointer. X is a normal variable, y is a single pointer, star z is a double pointer. Y equal to address of x. Because y is a pointer, I want to call address of x variable. X address I want to copy to y because it's a pointer. Z equal to ampersand y. Now the z is a double pointer, it is calling address of pointer variable. Now these are the pointer notations, how to work off the pointers. It's a direction of pointers. Pointer completely for addresses. You see that how it is processing of pointers. You see that how it is processed, the pointers. Suppose I am declaring 3 variables here, 3 memory holes because of 3 variables I created, that is the reason 3 variables it will be stored, 3 memory holes. 3 memory holes it will be creates. Now here I created int x is a variable, x equal to 10 I have, and star y, it's a pointer variable, star z, it's a double pointer. At the time x is a variable, x created some memory address. When I create the x is stored some memory address. What is the x memory address? 65500 suppose, it's a address of x. In this address 10 is stored, 10. Now what is one more variable I have? Y is a pointer. But every pointer other variable address will be copied here. Now this y variable, its y is a pointer, address of x it is calling. Now here address of x is 65500, this address send to the y value is 65500. Now here what is the value here? Y value 65500. It is a x address. Anyway, y also created address 65502, another address. Now I want to create with a z variable. If I use for the z variable, z is a double pointer. Now for this z variable, this y address, pointer address, this pointer address will be sent to the z. It's a double pointer. Z is calling to the pointer address. Under z, which value will be keeping here? 65502. But anyway, y is allocated some another address. Y is stored with some address. What is the y address? It will be keep here 65504. I mean 2 bytes difference because all are integer pointers. 2 bytes it will be allocate the memory. 2 bytes. This is a z address. This is z variable address. Now this is for y address. Now in this example you see that if I work off this, how to refer these directions? X is 10, x value 10, ampersand x equal to 65,500 address of x. Now y is a pointer. Here y calling for which address? Ampersand x. What is the mean that? What is the y value? 65,500. Now y is 65,500. Now I want to go for ampersand y. What is the ampersand y? Y address 65,502. Now I want to refer. Now here I want to refer this star y. What is meant by star y? Star means value at address. Already y x address will be there 65,500. In that address which value? 10 prints. Star y means value at address. Now I want to print z. Z equal to ampersand y, I mean y address. What is the z value? 65,502. It's y address. Now I want to print with a star z. What is meant by star z? Value at address of. Under z 65,502 y address. Under y address 65,500. I mean x address. 65,500. It's x address y value. Now this is called as ampersand x. This is called as y value. This is y value. Now I want to giving with the star z value at address of. Under z 65,502 y address, under y 65,500 x address, under x value 10. This will be process. Now this is called as x value and this is called as star y value. If I want to refer the z address, how to refer that? Ampersand z equal to 65,502, sorry 504. Like this it can be referred. Finally, these all directions are used for pointers. X variable, y variable, z. X address 65,500, y address 65,502, z address 65,504. Here y is a pointer, keep the x address. Z is a pointer, keep the y address, double point. Now for the pointer, what is the major usage? Memory can be saved. Dynamically you can make a memory. Using pointers only, dynamically you can make a memory. C language author created some functions, dynamic memory functions. C language author created some library for dynamic memory functions. Dynamic memory allocation functions. Author already defined. Which are the dynamic memory function? You have MALLOC, malloc, memory allocation, CALLOC, calloc, cache allocation, free, free means memory to free, destroy. But these all three functions used for pointers. With the help of pointer only, dynamically to make a memory. After usage you can destroy the memory. But these all functions, how it is working, with the help of which header file you can run off these. The above functions working on above functions executed under which header file? Under which header file you want to run these? Alloc.h, alloc.h to be used, allocation.h for the reason of dynamic memory function. What is the syntax of malloc function? No, malloc function syntax. How to run the malloc function? What is the syntax? Pointer should be there. Variable, it's a pointer equal to, here to use with the pointer equal to data type star. Which type of pointer? I mean which data type pointer? MALLOC, malloc, memory allocation, size of operator, size of data type. I mean sorry, size of data type, I mean each integer how much memory size. After that you want to mention into number of elements. How many number of elements you want to enter, that should be defined. Pointer equal to data type star, MALLOC, malloc, size of data type into number of elements. But this malloc problem is garbage value also memory allocates. Calloc function also similar to malloc. Garbage value never allocate the memory. Garbage value never allocate the memory. Calloc function. Size of data type, comma number of elements. Malloc function star indicates, but here comma will be there, 2 arguments. But anyway, both are for memory allocation. Which memory already allocated by malloc or calloc? You want to destroy the memory. with the help of free function. Which memory allocated by malloc or calloc with pointers, that memory to delete free function. How to run the free? Free of pointer, pointer memory to be free, pointer dynamic memory pointer to be free, free the memory. Finally, what is the conclusion here? Pointer is also one of the naming notation. Pointer is nothing but address of the variable to be find out. Using pointers, dynamic memory can be created. What is meant by dynamic memory? Execution time you can allocate the memory, after usage you can destroy the memory. Which are the dynamic memory functions? Malloc, calloc, free functions. Using those functions you can save the memory bytes. Pointers are very important in the C programming language. If you want to work with the data structure programs, compulsory to make with the pointers. These are the naming notations in C programming language. Variables, arrays, functions, structures, pointers, unions, these are the naming notations. Okay. In the next session I discussed with the data structure introduction part I giving. What is the need of data structure in C programming language? In the next session I can continue. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss about data structures. What is the need of data structures? Why you have to use the data structures in C programming language? Today I want to discuss about introduction about data structures. Actually C is a programming language. Data structure is not a programming language. C is a programming language, C++, Java, .NET, these are the programming languages. But data structure is not a programming language to implement applications with the help of data structures. What you learn in the C language program, what are the concepts you learn in C language program, like arrays, functions, structures, pointers. Using that you can develop any application with the help of data structures. Data structure is one of the storing structure. You want to store any data information with help of data structures. It is a application for the C programming language, or it is a application for the C++, or you can apply for the Java or .NET. Finally, what is my conclusion? C language, C++, Java, .NET, those are programming languages. Using those languages, you can develop some apps. If you learn the C language, you can develop system softwares, like operating system can be developed. Originally, Unix operating system developed based on the C language coding. Unix OS developed based on the C language coding. When you learn the Java or .NET, based on the Java and .NET, you can develop which type of applications. You can develop application softwares like web applications, standalone applications, mobile applications. Using Java, .NET, you can develop application softwares like different type of applications. Desktop applications, web applications, mobile applications. Java, .NET is an advanced programming languages. Using that you can develop any category of applications. C language, C++, basic programming languages. Using that you can develop the operating systems like system softwares. What is meant by data structure actually? Data structure means it is not a language. Data structure is not a language. With help of data structure, you can develop some application for the storing of data purpose. You are learning C programming language. You learn some coding of about C, arrays, functions, and structures, and pointers, dynamic memory allocation. With the help of these all programming links, you can develop some application with help of data structure. It is called as application to develop. For that reason, you can go for data structures. Actually, what is mean by data? Data called as information. Data is nothing but information. Suppose if I want to store the student details, about students I want to give the information. Every student, which information have? Student ID, student name, and student marks, and student codes. If I want to give the employee details, employee ID, employee name, employee job, employee salary, and employee phone number, like so and so. If I want to give the customer details, customer ID, customer name, which product is purchased, that is called as data. Data called as type of information which is logically exist. Data is nothing but information which is really exist, which is logically represent. That is called as data. What is meant by data structure? Data